Good afternoon. I'm Ward 1 Council Member Brianne Nadeau, the Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Today is Friday, April 26, 2024, and I'm calling to order this meeting of the committee to conduct a budget oversight hearing for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection and the Office of Human Rights. The time is 12:06 p.m. The first agency on today's agenda is the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. DLCP was established in October 2022 as a result of the Department of Buildings Establishment Act of 2019. That act required the division of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs into two new agencies. DLCP retains the functions to protect the regulation of businesses, occupational licenses, corporations, the certification of weights and measures, and other non-construction permitting matters. The functions of DLCP are critical to the effective functioning of the district government and economy. This year, DLCP is facing a 21.3% reduction in their special purpose revenue funding, which includes cuts to critical consumer protection and regulation enforcement programs. However, they did receive a 25.5% increase in funding from the local fund to implement the Business and Entrepreneurship Support to Thrive Amendment Act, or BEST Act. The implementation of this legislation will transform the district's system of business licensing by streamlining the number of permits and reducing and standardizing licensing fees, drastically reducing the agency's licensing revenue. I'm eager to dive into this budget today. The second agency on today's agenda is the Office of Human Rights. The Office of Human Rights exists to secure an end to unlawful discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, and educational institutions for any reason other than that of individual merit. It enforces several important laws, the oldest and most central of which is the Human Rights Act of 1977. The office's interim director is Kenneth Saunders. The largest segment of the agency is the Enforcement Division, which handles intake, mediation, and investigation of complaints alleging unlawful discrimination. This division handles complaints of discrimination in housing, employment, public accommodations, and education based on over 20 protected characteristics under the DCHRA. Complaints under certain DC civil rights laws, and complaints under federal laws. Several small but important divisions support the functions of the office. These include the Operations Division, which provides human resources and other administrative services, the Legal Division, and the Communications and Community Engagement Division, which, among other responsibilities, conducts awareness campaigns regarding human rights protections. In a year of budget constraints, the Office of Human Rights experienced a less than 1% reduction, bringing the operating budget of the agency to $9.2 million. Today, we'll discuss the reductions to OHR in its investigations programs, fair housing program, as well as staffing reductions. Such programs and employees are critical to holding violators of the Human Rights Act accountable and making sure district residents are protected under the law. I look forward to getting a better understanding of how these cuts will impact the agency's operations. Moment, please. We've been joined by Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto, who I will recognize for an opening statement.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Nadeau. I am in between a couple of things at the moment, but I wanted to come on and really thank you for your partnership with the BEST Act, the Business Entrepreneurship Support to Thrive Amendment Act, that I introduced several years ago. And with your help, we got moved and passed, working in close partnership with DLCP to ensure that this change in our regulatory licensing program is ready to go. It is completely passed. It is worked through with the agency. And I am so thrilled that Mayor Bowser has included $26 million in the budget proposal to make sure that this bill can be implemented throughout the financial plan. The BEST Act is really going to be revolutionary for our business community in DC so that we can be the best place in the country to do business. It completely changes our licensing process, going from 111 business license categories to only 11. It waives incorporation fees for our smallest businesses, completely exempting them, which is going to be particularly helpful for our women-owned and minority-owned businesses that traditionally have had less access to capital. It ensures that the renewal process is streamlined and fair and lowers fees across the board. And as we think about our future in the city and where we go from here to ensure that we are retaining our businesses who are here and being proactive about attracting new businesses. I think it's really important to send this clear message that we are the best place in the country to do business. Our doors are open. And when you come here, the licensing and regulatory process will be intuitive, cost effective, and simple, because you should not have to hire a lawyer or an expert just to incorporate your business. We want you to be able to do what you do best in running your business. And so I just wanted to come on and say thank you again, Chairwoman Nadeau, for all of your work on this bill. And I hope that we can retain the funding here so that this bill can be implemented as envisioned, and look forward to hearing from our public and government witnesses today about those impacts. But thank you very much again.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Just some reminders on logistics for those joining us today. In addition to being in person and on Zoom, this hearing is being live broadcast at brianneknadeau.com/live. Witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, and all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. In order to ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask the witnesses stick to their allotted time and keep an eye on the clock that's available both here in the chamber and in the Zoom. If you are participating via Zoom today, when it is your turn, I will call your name and you will be invited to join the panel. In order to be promoted, you must accept the invite on your screen, and then you'll be able to control your camera and your microphone. When it's your turn to testify, please unmute yourself and keep an eye on the clock once again. For any technical difficulties, just send a message to any panelists labeled as committee staff, and they will follow up with you. We'll now turn to our first panel of witnesses for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. If you are here in person when I call your name, please come sit at the table. Chad Reese, Assistant Director of Activism, Institute for Justice. Kevin Reggie, Advocacy Consultant, DC Chamber of Commerce. Amelia Kalma, Director of Research and Policy, the DC Policy Center. And Malcolm Fox, Executive Director of Opportunity DC. Great, and you can begin your testimony in the order that I called you, starting with Mr. Reese. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nadeau and committee. As you noted, I'm Chad Reese, Assistant Director of Activism at the Institute for Justice. But I also want to emphasize that I'm here more so on behalf of the entrepreneurs that IJ has been working with really for the last 8 years on the BEST Act and related issues with the DC Council. Our work in this field started around 2016 in earnest when we started knocking on doors in small business corridors throughout the city and just asking entrepreneurs and small business owners across the city, what works really well? What does the city do to help you get up and running and run a meaningful business that benefits your community? And where are the stumbling blocks? Where are the hurdles? I also, at this point, want to thank the council, particularly Councilmember Pinto, as well as Director Crow and the DLCP, because after that process started and for the years that followed, the BEST Act came about because of an intensely collaborative process that involved roundtables with dozens of DC entrepreneurs across every single ward. It involved working groups with close meetings where we discussed every aspect of the policy, what we might expect, the pros and cons. And I think, as Councilmember Pinto mentioned in her opening statement, the result was the BEST Act passed with unanimous support in the council and was a herald of hope for DC entrepreneurs. And so again, more so than my organization, I think that's what I want to emphasize here. I think many members of the council would have been receiving over the course of this last week letters from entrepreneurs who we again reached out to let them know where we were in the process. More than 100 entrepreneurs signed on to send those letters, I think emphasizing the amount of support in the grassroots community in DC that exists for funding the BEST Act. I won't go into depth on the details of the BEST Act. I think Councilmember Pinto summed it up well. I do want to emphasize a couple of points. The first is the equity importance of the BEST Act. While funding it would, of course, benefit every entrepreneur in the district, I do want to emphasize something that Councilmember Pinto mentioned, and that's that those with less startup capital will by far benefit the most. And that tends to be entrepreneurs and small business owners from traditionally disenfranchised or less wealthy communities. We know from this council's Office of Racial Equities analysis that the BEST Act will, quote, likely improve economic outcomes for Black, Indigenous, and other residents of color who currently own or want to start a business. And again, that reflects that collaborative grassroots process that went into formulating the policies that became the BEST Act. I also want to note that it's important that the benefits of improving access to entrepreneurship and reducing those barriers will not just stop with the entrepreneurs and the small business owners themselves, but will accrue to the entire DC community. I think everyone in this room understands the economic environment facing the district, and that characterizes a lot of the budget discussions happening today. But we also know that small business growth is crucial to our city's downtown and neighborhood revitalization efforts, as competition for startups between DC and our neighboring Virginia and Maryland is particularly tight. The DC Policy Center, who I'm happy to see here today, noted in their testimony supporting the BEST Act originally that DC has trailed its neighbors in terms of turning business application into, quote, actual wage paying businesses. And as of that testimony back in 2022, only 4.4% of business applications in DC were carried through to completion. And that was compared to Virginia's more than 7% and Maryland's more than 5% rates. To put it simply, DC can and should do a better job of making sure we turn "I have a good idea" into "I now have customers in the store and I'm benefiting my community." And I think the BEST Act is the way we get there. I also want to mention that, particularly given the budget challenges facing the council, I understand any hesitation about funding even laws that have already been passed, like the BEST Act. But I do want to give you some hope, and there is more information in my written testimony about this, that in other cities and states that we've seen experiment with this kind of licensing reform, the evidence is pretty clear that the costs associated with them might be overblown from the outset. And I turn the council's attention both to Indianapolis's experiments in the 1990s, and then Chicago's work in reforming their licensing regime in 2012. I have some more data and information about the details of those in my testimony and can provide more information if the council is interested in asking questions. But Chicago's experience in 2012, I think, is pretty illustrative. The bottom line is that while, of course, you saw the expected slight dip in licensing revenue fees immediately following the reduction of those fees, they quickly bounced back. And in fact, not only did they see their licensing revenue go up eventually, and even adjusted for inflation, they were holding prior to the pandemic well above their pre-reform levels. They also saw business tax revenue increase. So I don't think the council needs to worry about the fiscal impacts, particularly in the long term. And I think the dire need for reform among DC's communities suggests that our entrepreneurs have waited long enough. And this is the perfect opportunity for DC Council to make the promise complete that it made to them when it passed the BEST Act originally.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Mr. Reggie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Nadeau, Councilmember Pinto, and committee staff. I'm Kevin Reggie. I'm an advocacy consultant testifying on behalf of the DC Chamber of Commerce. I'm pleased to be here today representing the member companies of the Chamber and the vast array of workers that they employ. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in the committee's oversight of the proposed FY 2025 budget submission for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Among others, I'm here to testify in support of proposed funding for the BEST Act, which was unanimously passed by the council in 2022. I also wanted to congratulate and express the Chamber's appreciation for fellow committee member, Councilmember Pinto, for all the leadership she provided as the primary sponsor of this legislation. Let me stress on behalf of the Chamber that streamlining, simplifying, and economizing what has been an unnecessarily lengthy, confusing, and costly business licensing process offers a number of important benefits. First, we know that even during the pandemic, district residents jump-started a variety of startup businesses in their kitchens and on their laptops that have become profitable going forward enterprises. In some cases, what may have begun as modest side jobs grew into career-changing full-time business. As Mr. Reese has noted, many of these new owners found the regulatory process to start these businesses nearly as challenging as operating the businesses themselves. Second, the Chamber views BEST Act regulatory reform funding as part of a broader set of pro-growth job creation initiatives, which I think Malcolm Fox, on behalf of Opportunity DC, will be speaking to. to help make the district a more attractive place to do business. Specifically, we anticipate that funding and implementation will remove unnecessary regulatory barriers that may have previously discouraged would-be entrepreneurs from starting new businesses here. Assuming the BEST Act is funded as proposed, we anticipate licensing applicants will encounter a business licensing regime which will be simpler, faster, and cheaper than perhaps ever before. I also wanted to highlight something that Mr. Reese in his testimony noted, which is we know over the short run, the implementation of the BEST Act will require additional funding. But the experience across the country and other jurisdictions, particularly Chicago, suggests that those funds may well be made up to some extent, perhaps entirely over the longer run, as more folks, business owners, complete the licensing process, get linked up with the Office of Tax and Revenue, and actually provide productive business revenue from their enterprises to the district. Two important regulatory items of note based on conversations with the DLCP. We know that the department is already in the process of conducting a major overhaul of its licensing portal, using funded allocated to and working with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. Director Crow has notable prior experience serving as Associate Chief Technology Officer at Octo, and we applaud her leadership efforts to spearhead this important initiative in her current role as DLCP Director. We believe the overhaul will help improve the customer experience throughout the licensing process, while offering district government insights into business licensing patterns and trends across the city. In connection with this initiative, the Chamber seeks to ensure that these noteworthy online enhancements are implemented in ways that are fully consistent with the overriding goals of the BEST Act, namely to simplify, speed up, and economize the overall business licensing process from the user perspective. To that end, the Chamber offers two specific BEST Act implementation recommendations. First, we encourage the DLCP to engage in a productive process re-engage in productive process I initiated in the summer of 2022 to bring together appropriate staff, representatives of the small business community, Councilmember Pinto and her staff, and Chairman Mendelson's staff to further refine the BEST Act legislation. Those discussions resulted in bill changes requested by the DLCP that led to a better bill. We believe that similar collaborative efforts going forward can help ensure that the crucial implementation phase of the Act is conducted in accordance with the new law. Second, and in furtherance of the BEST Act goal to simplify and streamline the licensing process, the Chamber recognizes and appreciates Director Crow's commitment to work with the small business community to provide appropriate free-release access to the licensing portal so that the Chamber members and other interested and qualified small business leaders have the opportunity to test run the department's online licensing experience and provide the department and its portal vendor with their hands-on feedback. We believe this opportunity will help provide valuable pre-release input that can be adopted by the DLCP to help enhance the licensing experience from the all-important user perspective. Once again, the Chamber appreciates and looks forward to this opportunity. We want to thank Director Crow and her team for all their efforts and especially the substantial investments in time and resources they have already committed and hopefully will continue to make with the benefit of proposed multi-year
Thank you.
Act funding to improve the district's business licensing process. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kalma?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, Councilmember Pinto, and members. My name is Amelia Kalma. I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center. We're an independent, nonpartisan think tank advancing policies for a strong, competitive, and compelling, vibrant District of Columbia. I'm here to testify in support of fully funding the business and
Oh,
entrepreneurship.
I'm so sorry. I need you to turn on your mic and start over because
Totally fine.
it's not in the feed part that you said. Can we reset the clock, please? Perfect.
My
Thank you.
apologies. Well, again, good afternoon. My name is Amelia Kalma. I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center, a independent, nonpartisan think tank advancing policies for a strong, competitive District of Columbia. I'm here in support of fully funding the Business Entrepreneurship Support to Thrive Amendment Act, or the BEST Act. Business licenses in DC are still too narrowly defined and expensive, and this just makes starting a business oftentimes too confusing and too expensive, especially for entrepreneurs with limited means. Funding the BEST Act would reduce the number of business license categories from over 100 to 11, making the system simpler and cheaper by reducing both licensing costs and compliance costs. And by simplifying these licenses categories and lowering the licensing fees, implementing the BEST Act will make it easier to start new businesses in DC for all people, but especially for entrepreneurs of limited means. Right now, there are 13 categories of basic business licenses, not including occupational licenses, with over 100 subcategories. This fragmented regime makes it hard for new entrepreneurs to determine which licenses they need and in which category, as well as how many licenses they must obtain. And some of these categories are not particularly relevant to DC's current economy. I counted 92 licenses given out, or 90 of the licenses given out in the last 2 years, there were 92 license categories that those licenses fell into, which means that there's about 19 license categories with 0 licensed businesses in them since 2020, and 39 categories that have less than 20 business licenses in them within the last 4 years. So again, simplifying these categories will just make it easier for everybody, allowing more businesses to contribute to our economy. And lowering the licensing fees and exempting businesses with less than $10,000 in revenue will allow small businesses and lower income individuals to, again, get from that good idea to actual wage paying businesses in DC. Business license fees can vary widely, reaching over $3,000. I think for an ice cream maker, it was $3,100 for a licensing fee. And these high fees create additional barriers for starting businesses. They disproportionately hurt lower income entrepreneurs and new businesses, and they discourage entrepreneurship in the communities who could benefit from it the most. So in our fiscal year 25 budget proposal from Mayor Bowser, we've mentioned that she included funding for the BEST Act, and I urge the DC Council to do the same. DC's economy, of course, has not fully recovered from the pandemic. We've had little to no employment growth, high commercial vacancy rates, and decreased economic activity downtown, allowing more businesses to start in the District of Columbia and add to that downtown activity, neighborhood activity, and tax revenue will only benefit us in the long term. So again, I urge the council to fully fund all the provisions in fiscal year 2025 of the BEST Act, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we'll now hear from Mr. Fox.
Thank you. Chair Nadeau and members of the committee and their staff. My name is Malcolm Fox, and I serve as the Executive Director of Opportunity DC. Our coalition of DC businesses and residents believe the District of Columbia's continued prosperity depends on a vibrant and diverse economy, equitable and effectively delivered social services, and universal public safety. I am here on our coalition's behalf to encourage this committee and the full council to fully fund the BEST Act. I will also talk today about how principles of the BEST Act mirror principles that Opportunity DC hopes to see reflected in the district's budget for fiscal year 2025. The BEST Act's passage in 2022 represented a significant step forward in modernizing DC's business startup, licensing, and registration process. However, without funding for implementation, the legislation is just an empty promise to aspiring entrepreneurs and small business owners. Without the reforms of the BEST Act, the process to obtain a basic business license in the District of Columbia would remain a challenging obstacle course that frustrates entrepreneurs and discourages the creation of new business. The legislation does away with dozens of outdated, overly specific, and absurd licensing categories and consolidates them into fewer than a dozen. It also encourages startup businesses by reducing licensing fees in their first 2 years of operation. And it supports enterprising DC residents' micro businesses by not charging any licensing fees at all. Furthermore, DC residents with the fewest resources will benefit the most from the fee reductions included in the BEST Act, as a number of other people on this panel have already described. We need an economy in which all residents benefit from growth of the district, not only those who already have the resources to do so. The BEST Act is an important step towards an equitable economic recovery post-pandemic, and it can help spread prosperity district-wide. While the BEST Act's provisions are seemingly small adjustments, they remove barriers to entry that have suppressed entrepreneurship. More relief is still needed to support the continued operation of existing businesses and ease established business owners' frustration with burdensome DC regulations. To compete within the DMV's regional economy, the District of Columbia must do all we can to make it easier and more attractive for a business to operate a business here. That's because any obstacle to running a business successfully in the district translates into fiscal challenges that make it hard to run a city. To that end, I want to advocate for several principles that Opportunity DC hopes will be reflected in the district's budget for fiscal year 2025. We believe it is imperative that the District of Columbia operate within our means. We are concerned that spending is growing significantly faster than our economy in recent years. In the last 5 years, spending grew 36% in total, while revenue only grew by 17%. Achieving a sustainable balance will require increasing revenue and reducing spending. To raise revenue, the council's priority should be growing DC's tax base by encouraging new investment and business growth. The BEST Act is one key way to do this. So is making catalytic investments in downtown and other commercial corridors across the district. The district already has a reputation as a high tax locality. Further tax increases on district residents and businesses will make DC less competitive and less attractive as a destination for innovative people, companies, and organizations. Without a vibrant local economy to generate adequate revenue in all climates, the district's finances could become unsustainable. On the spending side, the council's priority must be sustainably funding essential government services and investments that generate a clear economic and/or societal return for the city. In these leaner times, evidence must guide how DC spends its more limited resources. In conclusion, Opportunity DC calls on the council to prioritize policies and investments that address economic insecurity and support economic growth, fiscal sustainability, regulatory simplicity, and public safety in the upcoming year's budget. Funding the BEST Act represents a critical step towards fostering entrepreneurship and growing DC's tax base. You will hear from our coalition in other venues and on other topics as the budget development process continues. Thank you for your time, for the leadership of everyone on this committee, Chair Nadeau, Councilmember Pinto, Chairman Mendelson, and Councilmember McDuffie for advancing this key legislation. I appreciate your time and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks very much to this panel. Some of you mentioned that that new entrepreneurs are often confused by the license process in the district. Even with the changes under the BEST Act, could DLCP improve on education and outreach? I'm wondering because there are cuts to advertising under small business resource services and customer service, and I am a little concerned about how this may impact businesses navigating these systems.
I would certainly defer to the department itself on that question, but I would say that, as I referenced in my testimony, the DLCP is rolling out a new portal for business licensing, together with the changes that are established legally by the BEST Act. It's a great opportunity, and it also is going to bring about significant changes in the way the agency interacts with the public. And so from that perspective, I do think public education is an important component of what any public agency which is working with consumers, in this case, business licensing applicants, should be focused on, so that we minimize, we maximize understanding, minimize any kind of confusion. Again, we're really excited about these reforms, BEST Act and the portal changes that are ongoing, but we're always in support of getting information to the public, whether that's on the portal itself or otherwise, about changes in processes that users are engaged on.
Anyone else have thoughts on how we can improve on outreach and education now that we have these tools?
I'll be brief since I'm mostly just reiterating some of the comments that that Kevin just mentioned. But I do think the website portal for DLCP is sort of the first stop for most entrepreneurs, even if they don't know they want to start a business yet or don't know many details. And so I would say what that first look appears, the way in which that first look appears to entrepreneurs and how easy that website is to navigate matters a ton. We don't have a position on advertising or the appropriate amount in that regard, though.
Can I just add one other brief thought, which is if you get the portal right, the interaction that users have with the online portal, if you get that right, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of additional resources that need to be expended. You know, I was just on a DOES website the other day on paid family leave. There are some challenges with that site. And so I basically, for my own purposes, decided to move off the site and just sent them a check by mail. If you get the sites and the portals and the technology right, I think you're a long way there. If you don't, it doesn't matter how much public education an agency invests in, you're going to discourage people from using those technology resources.
Great. A couple of you also mentioned, in addition to the BEST Act, other reforms that could be beneficial in your opinion. Anything specific you want to share?
I'll never turn down the opportunity to offer another suggestion, and I'm not sure it's necessarily within today's scope. But I will say one of the particular groups of entrepreneurs that we've worked with for years in DC are so-called cottage food producers or home bakers. There have been a lot of excellent reforms in DC over the last several years. I think there's an opportunity to revisit and see how we can help that particular group of entrepreneurs and small business owners continue to expand. And specifically, I'll mention making sure that those folks are able to sell to retail establishments. Right now, there's, I think, been some misunderstanding in the implementation process of previous council actions that have resulted in some of those entrepreneurs not being able to fully reach their customers despite having a safe product that their customers value. And so I think that's just a very specific opportunity that exists for a lot of people with zero startup capital. They can just start a business out of their own home, but they've got a very particular block right now.
Okay, very helpful. And also, for Mr. Reese and Mr. Reggie, you mentioned that revenue increased in Indianapolis and Chicago after initial dip. How many years did it take those cities to see the increase in revenue?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Reese from the Institute for Justice on that. They're the policy experts across the country.
I appreciate that. I think it's the last page of my written testimony, Appendix D, has a fairly simple chart that's from Chicago, and it just maps out license revenue and business tax revenue. There's an initial dip right in 2013 in licensing revenue. That's the first year. The very next year in 2014, and these numbers are all adjusted for inflation, licensing revenue was back at or above 2012 levels. We're dealing with some messy numbers here because we're right after the financial crisis. And by the time these start getting normalized, you're getting into the pandemic. So I'm always putting on my cautious policy wonk hat when I describe these. But I will say they are extremely promising given how quickly licensing revenue in Chicago specifically bounced back during a slow and steady incline in business tax revenue as well.
Chairwoman Nadeau, can I just briefly
Go ahead.
add to something that Mr. Reese commented on in response to your question about other reforms that may be beneficial to those considering starting businesses coming from underserved neighborhoods, which is Councilmember McDuffie has filed a bill, which I believe he's going to tee up for a hearing soon on clean hands. The provisions of that bill, which you may well be familiar with, raise that threshold so that we're not shackling business startups, those who want to engage in entrepreneurship in the district with the oppressive levels of restraint, essentially huge barriers to starting or continuing their businesses based on a $100 threshold for clean hands, which basically impedes their ability to start up businesses in the district if they have as much as a couple of parking tickets and a late fee. Actually, one parking ticket and a late fee would put you in clean hands jeopardy We think that reform is long overdue. The Tax Revision Commission and others have, as a draft proposal, recommended that, but we support that legislation, and we would encourage you and other committee members to support it as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. Okay, we are going to do one more panel for DLCP. And as we call you in the Zoom, please accept the invitation to be promoted. As I call you in the room, please come forward to the table. Kristen Barden, Executive Director, Adams Morgan Bid. Sean Townsend, President and CEO, Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Colin Mortimer, Director of DC New Liberals. McKenna Osborne, Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center. Carolyn Garrett Cook, and Robert Bo Finley. And Ms. Barden, you may begin when you're ready.
Great. Chair Nadeau and members of the committee, my name is Kristen Barden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Partnership Business Improvement District. I have been in this position since November 2008. The AMP bid was established in 2005 as one of DC's 12 business improvement districts. And next year, we will be celebrating our 20th anniversary to helping to keep Adams Morgan clean, safe, and friendly. I'm here today to ask the DC Council to fully fund the BEST Act. I support the BEST Act for a number of reasons. I'll highlight a few of those. It reduces the number of business license categories from more than 100 to only 11, which will simplify the process and make it less confusing to entrepreneurs. It lowers the initial 2-year basic business license fees to $99, and a 6-month license is only $49, and that will save entrepreneurs much needed funds when starting new businesses. It exempts businesses with under $10,000 in revenue from license fees altogether, and it reduces late fee penalties for licenses to $75 and $150 for lapsed licenses of less than 30 days and 6 months, respectively. I have worked with dozens of small businesses since, actually more than dozens, probably hundreds. I should reword that. Since 2008, and many of those were entrepreneurs just starting out their business. Everything we can do to make the business licensing process easier to understand, cheaper, and more straightforward will attract more small businesses to DC and lessen their load at the point when they most need it, which is, us opening up a new business. In the mayor's fiscal year 2025 budget proposal, she has included funding for this vital lifeline for entrepreneurs, small business owners, and all of the communities they serve. By making all of those changes, the BEST Act levels the playing field for entrepreneurs, particularly those from disadvantaged communities who lack many of the advantages that wealthier or well-connected entrepreneurs enjoy. The DC Council's Office of Racial Equity has said the BEST Act will likely improve economic outcomes for Black, Indigenous, and other residents of color who currently own or want to start a small business. In a budget environment that is particularly difficult for those communities, it is vital that the council maintain this on-ramp to entrepreneurship. Thanks very much for this opportunity to testify today. I won't duplicate what a lot of my colleagues have said previously, but I ask that the BEST Act is fully funded in the fiscal year 2025 budget. In a period of government austerity, this will be an important tool to attract more small businesses to DC and offer employment and tax revenue to the city in many forms. Thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Townsend?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Nadeau and members of this committee. My name is Sean Townsend, and I have the pleasure of serving as the President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. For more than 100 years, RAMW has advocated and provided a community for more than 1,400 entrepreneurs and small businesses in the greater Washington area. We count among our members beloved neighborhood spots, family-owned businesses, homegrown restaurant groups, and national and regional favorites. Together, we are one of the largest job creators in the district and leading contributors to revenues. Passed in 2022, the BEST Act remains unfunded. This crucial legislation simplifies licensing processes, reduces fees, and reforms exorbitant late fines, all critical steps to removing barriers for small business ownership, especially for those facing economic disadvantages. In her fiscal year 25 budget proposal, Mayor Mary Bowser included funding for this vital lifeline to entrepreneurs, small business owners, and the communities they serve. We call upon this council to also recognize this issue as a priority. The BEST Act addresses equity concerns, with 95% of our members being independent, owner-operated restaurants, and 66% helmed by women. We understand firsthand the challenges that licensing hurdles create, particularly for underrepresented communities. The BEST Act empowers these entrepreneurs, enriching DC's culinary landscape with diverse voices and stories. The post-pandemic landscape remains challenging for restaurants. In our latest member survey, nearly 2 in 3 operators rank economic conditions for restaurants in the district as poor, and more than 2/3 expect them to stay the same or get worse in the coming year. Most restaurants are still paying more for payroll, ingredients, and rent than the year before, and most expect cost to climb this year. Funding the BEST Act, along with other legislative proposals being considered, hold the key to a thriving future for our local restaurants and the economic vibrancy of the district. By supporting these measures, we create a win-win situation, creating the success of our beloved neighborhood eateries for years to come. Streamlining processes under the BEST Act lowers barriers for business owners to focus on running and growing their restaurants. Let's act swiftly to secure a competitive DC restaurant scene and the economic benefit it brings. We urge this committee to consider the positive impact of the BEST Act on economic opportunity, equity, and the overall health of DC's restaurant industry. We remain available to answer any questions or provide more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mortimer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Colin Mortimer. I am the director of the DC New Liberals. We are a grassroots organization of center-left voters from the DC area who organize to support a pro-growth, pro-innovation, and pro-prosperity agenda that enables all people in the city and region to thrive. Today, I'm here representing our hundreds of members and joining our friends to ask the DC Council to fully fund the BEST Act. Our members live across every ward in DC, and every one of them has seen the effects COVID has had on small businesses around where they live. DC has experienced incredible business turnover as our neighborhoods have changed during the pandemic and during its aftermath. But DC is resilient, and its residents have no shortage of entrepreneurial spirit to fill the gaps with new innovative businesses that will make our city even more vibrant. I think we all agree that we want to encourage that spirit. The BEST Act will go a long way to doing so. This bill will make it cheaper, easier, and simpler to start or pivot a business in the district. This includes reducing licensing and late fees, particularly for micro businesses that earn less than $10,000, and consolidates the number of application categories. These changes will result in many important benefits for DC businesses. It will make DC a more competitive place to do business, a particularly important factor considering DC's location between Maryland and Virginia. And as we have seen in other geographies that have implemented similar reforms, these changes work. Licensing reform will likely lead to an increased number of business applications seen through to completion. This not only means more businesses in DC, but more jobs and increased tax revenue for the city as well. Materially, this levels the playing field. If the cost of starting a business is too high, it prices out the small to medium-sized businesses that don't have the time, money, or resources to go through a lengthy and expensive regulatory process. If the BEST Act is fully funded, it means the mom and pop team with an idea has a better chance to start their business without worrying about administrative startup costs and process, particularly if these changes mean they don't have to hire an intermediary like a lawyer to help them through the process. By fully funding the BEST Act as part of the fiscal year 2025 budget, DC can fulfill the promise it made to the city's entrepreneurs to become a more welcoming environment to do business. This funding will unlock entrepreneurial dreams across the entire city, particularly in disadvantaged communities that for far too long have been locked out of such opportunities. DC is making great progress in its post-pandemic recovery, and this funding will be another important step in the right direction. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify and to represent our members.
Thank you very much for your testimony. McKenna Osborne.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the mayor's proposed FY25 budget for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families to secure the correction of poor rental housing conditions that are harming a child's health. It can be difficult to contact and hold a family's landlord accountable when a property's registered owner is a single-purpose entity like an LLC and not the actual person who's profiting from operating as a housing provider and ultimately responsible for maintaining the property's habitability. Ownership obscurity also makes it difficult to identify commonly owned properties and understand the true landscape of the district's rental market. That is why it's essential that DLCP has the resources it needs to collect and maintain complete and accurate beneficial ownership information as required by district law. We're very thankful to you, Councilmember Nadeau, for meaningfully engaging with Children's Law Center and DLCP on this topic over the past year and providing funding for 5 new full-time equivalent employees within DLCP in the FY24 budget to increase their capacity to enforce beneficial owner disclosure requirements. My testimony today will detail why it is important for the committee to ensure that DLCP's FY25 budget both protects the personnel investments the committee made last year and ensures that DLCP has the resources it needs to update its corporate registration system. First, during DLCP's performance oversight hearing in February, Director Crow testified that the agency had filled 3 of the 5 positions funded by the committee last year. The director also detailed the agency's plan to adapt one of the vacant positions into a higher grade analyst who could do more proactive and sophisticated evaluation of beneficial owner information submitted in corporate filings. Children's Law Center was very happy to learn about DLCP's plans for this position because that kind of review and analysis is precisely what we believe is necessary to fully implement beneficial owner disclosure requirements. Additionally, Director Crow highlighted the role of DLCP's Consumer Protection Unit in investigating complaints about corporate landlords with inaccurate or incomplete ownership information, and explained that one of the new positions had been filled as an investigator in the CPU to give DLCP additional bandwidth to conduct those investigations. As Children's Law Center plans to increasingly incorporate submitting complaints to DLCP's Consumer Protection Unit into the practice of our attorneys, per the agency's suggestion, we agree with the director's emphasis on ensuring the CPU team is adequately staffed. Therefore, we were concerned to see the mayor's proposed budget for DLCP includes a decrease of 1 FTE in corporation services and 2 FTEs in consumer protection. We urge the committee to determine whether any of the cut positions were among those funded by the committee in FY24 and what impacts the cuts will have on DLCP's capacity to increase substantive compliance with the beneficial owner disclosure requirement. We encourage the committee to reverse any cuts that will hamper DLCP's ability to meaningfully enforce corporate transparency in the district. Second, after hearing from the previous DLCP director about the limitations of the corporate registration system used by the agency, the committee recommended last year that DLCP modernize the technology used to collect beneficial owner disclosures to make it easier to monitor compliance. During DLCP's performance oversight hearing, Director Crow reported that the agency had recently secured a statement of work from the Office of Contracting and Procurement so it could move forward securing a vendor for a new corporate registration system. Adopting a new system is a large and presumably costly undertaking. Therefore, Children's Law Center is concerned that the mayor's proposed budget includes a cut of $1.31 million to DLCP's information technology services and $1.28 million to the corporation services. We urge the committee to establish whether either of these cuts will impede DLCP's ability to move forward with its plan to secure and implement a new corporate registration system in FY25, and restore whatever level of funding is needed to accomplish that goal. Thank you for the opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We will now hear from Bo Finley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Bo Finley, and I served as DLCP's Chief Enforcement Officer for about 13 months, departing the agency last month. As such, I manage the Consumer Protection Unit, or CPU, the Office of Weights and Measures, and the Special Investigations Team. These teams are full of diligent, creative, and dedicated public servants committed to ensuring that district residents and visitors alike are protected from various harms. The CPU's investigative staff and the Weights and Measures staff sometimes finds themselves in situations where their safety is at issue. While these situations are fortunately infrequent, they do expose a gap in enforcement. If a situation is unsafe but not necessarily illegal, any regulatory enforcement cannot occur absent assistance from MPD. Given that MPD assistance is not always immediately available, and given that MPD is no longer involved with sidewalk vending, I recommend you include specific dedicated funding that can only be used to provide safety equipment, such as radios, pepper spray, high visibility vests, concealable body armor, and training, certified third-party trainings, such as de-escalation training and the National Certified Investigator and Inspector training through the Council on Licensure, Enforcement, and Regulation. These should help bridge that enforcement gap in those marginal yet potentially dangerous situations. And given Director Crow's plans to deploy investigative staff at night, particularly in regard to sidewalk vending, which is permitted until 1 a.m. in some areas, there needs to be more done for investigator and inspector safety. Now, moving on from staff needs to a broader functional changes to consider. The complaint-driven approach to enforcement fails district businesses that already comply with the law. It creates an incentive for unlicensed businesses to continue to operate as such until caught. Businesses that start out complying with the various laws of the district have to compete with these unlicensed or otherwise non-compliant businesses. In short, licensed businesses are taxed for compliance. Once caught, DLCP focuses on bringing the businesses into compliance, and while this is an admirable goal, it should not eliminate or reduce any fines levied by the agency. The Office of Administrative Hearings already routinely reduces and eliminates fines, so it doesn't make sense for DLCP to give a bad actor a free pass as well. The agency should be pursuing proactive enforcement to ensure a level playing field for all businesses across the district, especially with the BEST Act coming into effect, making getting licensed easier than ever. There are opportunities for increased revenue through fines that would have positive effects for district residents. For example, there are about 120 unlicensed and uninspected food trucks on the National Mall. Excuse me. And they have an income of up to $6,000 per day. Despite significant outreach by investigative staff and a low licensing cost of roughly $600 for 2 years to vend around the mall, there's little interest in getting licensed. This again represents a tax on those vendors who have become licensed. DLCP's first in the nation proactive enforcement on flavored tobacco is now a complaint-driven program. This too is a tax on businesses that comply with district law. So generally, I'd recommend the agency that has the resources for proactive enforcement engage in proactive enforcement, and the CPU is staffed to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Before we move to questions for this panel, I just want to make sure there's nobody else in the room who wanted to testify on DLCP and nobody else in the Zoom who wanted to testify on DLCP. Now would be the time. We will, after this panel, move on to the Office of Human Rights. Okay. Very good. If you are in the Zoom and want to be promoted to this panel, please raise your hand. Okay, so for Ms. Barden, Mr. Mortimer, Mr. Townsend, some of the same questions as the last panel. Any additional work we need to do around education and outreach, even with the BEST Act in place, to try to make it easier for small businesses and entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I would echo some of what Kevin Reggie had said about the portals. That is usually the first place where people will go when they're, beginning to look into all of the licensing that they need to do to open their business. And I think that more straightforward and the easier we can make that, the smoother the process will be for them. So I would really, and that goes across, all of all of DC government's portals, whether it be business licensing or OTR. The mytax.dc.gov, I think, has gotten a lot better. It's a lot more straightforward. I use it almost every day, and I'm usually able to find what I need there. I think that's a good example of one of the sites that's working well. But I think integration of those systems is going to be super important, especially, I mean, I know we're not talking about DOB today, but DOB has at least 3 different portals that don't talk to each other. And I've heard from some of our members who were trying to change their certificate of occupancy. And with those 3 DOB portals not working, not talking to each other, it's a hassle. And DDOT's TOPS doesn't interact with OTR also, and that's been an issue for us trying to get our street closure permit. We've had to send the COI to both DDOT and to ORM. So there's a lot of ways that it all could be integrated a lot more efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just add to what Kristen said and Kevin earlier. One thing that I did not hear, and I know Director Crow has been out in the community, and she's come to our board meeting, and I think that feedback in itself, hearing the real-time feedback from the users of the portal, who are in my case restaurant operators. Hearing those stories about trying to get open, but you can't get a business license, or you can't move further in the portal process. I think those moments where she's been able to hear, her and her team have been able to hear directly from, users of the portal have been very critical. And so in terms of getting that feedback and educating, members have found out information from them directly through those conversations. And I think she's been able to take the feedback that we've given her at least, and, made some corrections as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Osborne, thank you for your continued focus and testimony on this issue. And I have some questions for DLCP on this today, including clarification on those cuts. Since we discussed this issue during performance oversight, have you seen any improvement in the issues you've experienced with beneficial owner disclosure?
Not to my knowledge, no. Our attorneys still encounter the basic day-to-day, but we are working to have it become a more regular practice for the attorneys to report complaints to the Consumer Protection Unit. But we also still maintain that it would be beneficial to have a proactive approach within DLCP that's not just complaint-based as well.
Thank you. Mr. Finley, I appreciate your testimony today. I am concerned about some of your comments about unsafe conditions for enforcement staff. Can you provide more info on some of the unsafe situations that you or your staff encountered and how you could have been better protected?
Sure. Let's see. One example would be, I believe in September, two investigators were out as part of a partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health in Mount Pleasant, and where they were trying to enforce the SINAR amendment, the under 21 prohibition on tobacco sales.
Tobacco sales. Okay.
Yes, yeah. And so they went into a shop where the clerk sold cigarettes or a flavored tobacco product to a minor, and then, or rather just somebody under 21, at which point the investigator identified themselves, and the person chased the investigator out of the store. And outside the store, this is on Mount Pleasant Street, somebody who was standing, sort of hanging out outside the shop, and had a large dog with him as well, gave chase to the investigator and had a brick, grabbed the investigator by the hand and threatened to hit him with a brick. This investigator, fortunately, has quite an extensive background in law enforcement and was able to de-escalate the situation and handle himself appropriately. Unfortunately, not every investigator has that training. The other one that comes to mind is there was a vendor in, I think, near the Anacostia Metro Station, who told, I believe, a program manager and an investigator, or could have been two investigators, that he was going to go to his car and get his gun if they didn't leave, so they can, carry about their own safety. Rightly left, and so that's something where training would help. Actual, not a PowerPoint done in house, but actual third party certified training would help, I think. And yeah, those are two examples that come to mind right now.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. I've also been, and how did DLCP leadership respond to those incidents?
So I was a part of DLCP leadership at the time. The first one, that I mentioned, first thing we did was make sure that the investigators who were participating in that program with DBH were okay continuing to participate in it. We had a CPU-wide meeting to make sure everybody was on the same page. And, I think we visited something like 480 or 500 shops as part of that program.
Oh, wow.
And so, one incident in that much it's too many, but it's also, a drop in the bucket. And the investigator to whom it happened and his partner at that time were good at articulating why they wanted to remain on the project. The other one, it was very much, okay, we're going to work with MPD and see if we can get assistance. And I actually think that a friend of mine still at the agency was telling me last week they went out with MPD to talk to the person, and they're just not a rational person who can really come into compliance or would be willing to come into compliance.
Thank you very much. I've also been hearing a lot recently about some of the barriers to enforcement of unlicensed businesses, and I have some questions on that for DLCP later today. You mentioned that fines can be an important tool, but how can we better deal with unlicensed businesses that continue to rack up fines that are going unpaid?
Well, this is sort of an issue, right? Where what would help there? Liens, there needs to be some sort of consequence for violating the law, especially if one's going to do it repeatedly. And that's, obviously a policy decision you have to make, and maybe working with Councilmember McDuffie on the clean hands aspect. There are, I believe, and please ask DLCP, I believe that only about 1/3 to 40% of DLCP fines are actually paid. I can't remember what the correct number is off the top of my head, but that is an exceptionally low number, right? And that means that there is a large swath of people who break the law and there are no consequences. And that's sort of what was the next step there? Is it a lien? What is it? Collection, central collections, it's sort of trying to figure out from there what to do.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So that is going to conclude this panel. Thank you. And we are going to reorganize a little bit for our public witnesses for the Office of Human Rights. We have some witnesses who will be provided with Spanish language interpretation, and their interpreters will sit at the table with them. So we're going to have some logistics here to navigate, which I believe we can do well. Okay. We're going to start with Sierra Barnado with Smile, David San Lorenzo with Smile, and Yank Ayuso with Smile. Okay, for those who need interpretation, just go ahead and speak a little bit in Spanish and then allow the interpreter to repeat in English. Okay, so we will
We don't need a
Go ahead.
translator for this panel. Good afternoon. For this panel, we don't have anyone. It's the other constituent, so we're
Okay.
good for
all
this
right,
one.
fantastic.
It's the next whole panel.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
In that case, do we have anyone else here in person for OHR who does not need Spanish language interpretation that would like to join this table? Okay, then carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sierra Barnado and I use she, her pronouns. I work with Smile and I'm the program manager of Rapid Rehousing in the Latinx Street Outreach Program. I have worked with unhoused people in the district for almost 10 years as a street outreach worker, now program manager, and I've been attending CAP and ICH meetings the entire time that I've worked with the youth system. When I transitioned from the organization that I was previously with for many years to Smile, alongside the closing of Casa Ruby, it was evident that hundreds, if not thousands, of Spanish-speaking and undocumented people who are at risk and experiencing homelessness were no longer being served. I pitched an outreach program to Smile to serve this special population. Between 2 people on our outreach team, we have served close to 300 undocumented and Spanish-speaking people in less than 2 years since the program was born. We have assisted over 20 constituents with getting onto their own leases and over 35 into various housing programs through coordinated entry. This number is vast between a staff of 1 that recently became 2 in the past 6 months. Sadly, the stories of these courageous people that have crossed mountains and borders to call DC home today that we'll share are representative of the experience of hundreds of Spanish-speaking and undocumented people experiencing homelessness. People who do not speak English are denied their right to services in their own language every day, and it has been that way for as long as I have worked in this system. This happens on the shelter hotline at city-funded shelters, outreach programs, drop-in centers, housing providers, DMV, and at food stamp administration sites. A large portion of my work over the years has made me the go-to person for knowledge around supporting undocumented people who are experiencing homelessness. This is a special population, and we need to plan around, as Spanish is the second most spoken language in DC. Over the years, I've advocated directly with the agencies and assisted with cases, made complaints with OHR, and have tried my best to educate others about language access lines and other resources which are available to district government offices and grantees. I am here today because all of these programs mentioned above are in constant violation of the DC Language Access Act. We must do better as a city because on a daily basis, people are denied basic access to shelter, resource, and safe spaces. The Committee on Housing and OHR can provide oversight to ensure that DHS is properly training staff and recipients of DHS funding to use the language access lines to better serve this population. Someone has to start taking accountability. In addition, SMILE supports the efforts of the DC Language Access Coalition to have the council introduce the 2024 Language Access Enforcement Amendment, which would require DC government agencies to pay fines if OHR determines they have violated the Language Access Act. Finally, linguistically competent services are not always culturally competent. Housing providers and shelter providers have to know that case management and benefit navigation are 2 wildly different processes for people who are undocumented and those who have a social security card, which is required for most things in our sanctuary city. OMS was founded because of vast numbers of Venezuelan migrants, but since I started almost 10 years ago, there have been hundreds of constituents that I alone have assisted in housing that have gone to service centers for years funded by the district before they were even assessed because there were no Spanish-speaking staff members present. OMS staff proves that linguistically appropriate service centers do not have the support to provide culturally competent services to undocumented clients. This includes navigating the process of obtaining passports and other records which are required to receive an ID in DC, assisting people to obtain tax IDs so they may rent apartments on their own if they have the means to do so, and otherwise helping folks to obtain the documents and tools one needs to become stable and self-sufficient. Separate but equal services between OMS and Virginia Williams mean families are left without clear ways to find places to live. If I have been staying in a hotel for 6 months in limbo in New York Avenue with children born here and in DC schools, why am I not considered a DC resident? My outreach team serves queer and or undocumented people 18 to 30, and we constantly try to do warm handoffs with the family system and other housing providers. But the warm handoff does not exist when there is no way to measure that at the front line, staff are using the language line at the least. In closing, DC is a sanctuary city, and it's time we realize that strategically planning for this population means that we ensure that DC law is enforced at all shelters and housing programs, and they are both linguistically and culturally competent. We need to stop re-traumatizing our Spanish-speaking and undocumented constituents and include them in ICH meetings and make sure that information about these meetings that affect them directly is available in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. David San Lorenzo.
Good morning, council members. Good afternoon. My name is David San Lorenzo, and I work as a bilingual street outreach specialist at Smile. I want to talk about the language barrier that we see every day and how no one even tried to use the tools to end this problem. Part of my job is to connect clients with different resources, programs, and services in DC. And every time that I send my clients to those programs, about 70 to 80% of the time, my clients reach out back to me because when they went to these programs, they don't understand, or they deny service because of the language or immigration status. The very first step to end homelessness and prevent homelessness in DC is obtaining an ID, and people don't understand how important this can be. However, it's very harder for people without immigration status and no English speakers. I have been, can you hear me? Okay. I have witnessed very sad events at the DMV and I have not seen a single change. I have written emails, testimonies, and never had a response. I am receiving every day messages from my clients telling me that today I went to this program, today I went to the DMV, today I request these services, and they just say they cannot help me because of my immigration status, or I do not understand. And even when I request the line, they don't provide it to me. We need to see the consequences, or we have to do something about the people that are not using those resources. We are not requesting everyone to speak Spanish, French, Portuguese. We are just requesting the right use of the language assets to break the language barrier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jan Cayuso.
Hello. My experience with Smile was a blessing, and I was glad I found it online after hours of crying and trying to find a solution to leave the dangerous environment I was in. So much trauma has happened since I came back to America alone, trying to survive and find where to live and help my mother and sister independently due to my mother and father being deported. I became homeless while at the same time making sure I was sending monthly to my mom in Dominican Republic. I raised my younger sister from most of my younger years, and we both went through a lot. But I'm so grateful I got through those times and found LAYC and Smile. It made a difference having people who could relate to me as a Latino and a part of the LGBTQ community. I was grateful for the help I got from Sierra, who was so welcoming, loving, and funny, and comforted me and gave me hope, and even more to add, that she spoke to me in Spanish. That same comfort and hope she gave me, she definitely gives to so many people that struggle to find help because of a language barrier. She inspired me so much to utilize my Spanish and English for not only myself to improve with speaking it, but for others who need help and have gone through the same or worse situation than I. Many people go without help because they aren't understood, and not a lot of social workers and mental health professionals speak Spanish or care to try to translate it. I grew up translating for my parents and for friends, and that went full circle. And I even had to help others in situations to seek out help to Smile by referring them because they had been to other service centers and nobody helped them in Spanish. Helping other Latinos in shelters and programs saved me when I needed it most. But it almost felt like my responsibility while in the programs. The sad part is many Latinos don't learn English due to no opportunities because they work 24/7 or have no motivation from the trauma they endured, trying to leave unsafe places and find it hard to trust people in shelters because of bad experiences. Having someone who understands them can bring them to safe zones of trust. I have seen so many Latinos get taken advantage of when they can't understand the others in shelters and supposedly trying to help them. But it seems the staff had little to no interest in trying to understand what people who speak Spanish need. I have seen many racist interactions in the government funded programs. Not saying everyone is, but it seems that people get denied help because they are Latino and only speak Spanish. Now, with all the new Latinos, I see a trend of DC politics breaking their moral compass, and it is sad we can't just connect with other humans in front of us at service centers. I am demanding that we at least try to assist by providing that safety and security, which is one of the ways humans connect, which is communication. More bilingual staff required at shelters and housing programs would be great for anyone struggling to find help and become housed. People come here for better lives and each person is different, but how can we keep pouring money into these housing programs and shelters who do not have Latinos in mind when planning? My
Mr.
pers-
I'm so
Well,
so
yeah.
sorry. We're over time, but I have all your testimony in writing right here.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much. We'll now also hear from Alana Eichner, who is in the Zoom. She is the co-director of DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Hi, Councilmember Nadeau. How's the sound? Are you able to hear me? Great. Okay. Thanks so much for the chance to testify today. Like you said, I'm the co-director of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. I live in your ward, in Ward 1, and I'm here to testify today about funding for positions at the Office of Human Rights, specifically to implement the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act. As you know, this is a law that was really quite transformative and historic that the council passed in 2022. After many, many years, the council finally recognized that, of course, domestic workers should not be the only group of workers excluded from the protections against discrimination on the job that are in DC's Human Rights Act. It was really exciting to see this law pass in 2022, and it was even more exciting to see the law go into effect in October of 2023 after this committee, along with other committees, allocated full funding in the council's fiscal year 24 budget to implement the law. And this committee's funding included 2.5 new FTEs at the Office of Human Rights, as well as other funding for resources at OHR so that they can implement their responsibilities under the law, which primarily include public outreach and guidance to make sure domestic workers know about the law and to make sure employers know about their responsibility and how to not act in discriminatory ways when they are employing people in their homes. I think that it's really essential that OHR has actual capacity to make this law real in the lives of domestic workers. And although this committee allocated the funding for full-time employees last year, I'm disappointed to hear, and I'm not fully sure why OHR did not hire for those positions in the last year, and thus they have been frozen in the mayor's budget proposal, along with 8 other positions at OHR in order to achieve vacancy savings. Representatives from OHR have told us that the duties associated with these positions have been absorbed by existing staff and contractors, but I find it a little difficult to imagine exactly how the job responsibilities of what was going to be 10 FTEs would be effectively absorbed by existing staff and contractors without sacrificing the quality of the work. I mean, I'll say that we have begun to do outreach for our part at our nonprofit organization to workers in the community to make sure that they know that they now have rights against discrimination on the job. But it really should not be all on community-based organizations to do this outreach. This work really should lie also with the government, who with 2 new full-time positions or even 1 full-time position, like more closer to what was intended in the fiscal impact statement of this law, they would have real capacity to proactively reach out to the community. They could participate in community fairs. They could partner with community-based organizations to do presentations on Know Your Rights. There's a whole scope of what could be done that I think won't be possible without this capacity that the law was designated to have in its implementation. I think sometimes we may think that filing a complaint with OHR and OHR having a complaint process is sufficient. But for so many workers, particularly domestic workers who are mostly immigrants in the district, a lot of whom's first language is not English, the idea of filing a complaint is quite daunting. And so our organization can provide that support. But again, that shouldn't just be on nonprofit private organizations in the community. OHR with additional capacity, like I'm talking about, could take on the work themselves to make the process of filing a complaint much more accessible and less intimidating than it currently is. For years, domestic workers went to the DC Council and talked about the racist and sexist roots of this exclusion in law, that domestic workers didn't have employment discrimination protections. And so we're really hoping that in the coming years, this law will be real, workers will receive the protections they deserve, and that can only happen if OHR actually has capacity to do proactive and significant in scope community outreach along with community-based groups, but not just leaving it on community-based groups. So we're hoping that this money for those full-time employees will be restored with the council's budget proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow, that's the first time I've done that in a while. Sorry, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. We actually have also now been joined by a witness who was supposed to join during the DLCP portion. We're going to go ahead and promote her to the panel now so that we can ensure we hear her testimony and we'll incorporate it into the prior part of the hearing. So Carolyn Garrett Cook, go ahead and begin your testimony when you're ready. Keep an eye on the clock there, which we will reset to 3 minutes for you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, committee members and staff. I have held a single member LLC, United for Equality in DC since 2010. My social enterprise has never made a profit nor paid me a salary or benefits. Yet I am subjected to pay a business license fee for pro bono work, and I am being charged the same corporate registration fees as multi-million-dollar developers and 6-figure pet sitting services. Although the Office of Tax and Revenue is not under your purview, as a single member LLC, although I'm treated as a pass-through entity by the IRS, I am now subjected to pay taxes 3 times a year in DC when most states have alleviated this administrative headache on both the staff of government and business owners through a flat tax or continuing to do the pass-through like the IRS requires. Additionally, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to say this fast, I had attempted to renew my business license. I changed my name and added my mother's maiden name, Gehrig, to my last name, Cook. I was charged a $50 fee to do this by the corporate division when it was not necessary. And when I requested a refund, I was denied it. And when I asked who I could appeal their decision to, I was told there was no one. To charge fees for a name change, although I'm not married, I recognize through my own experience that this is a tax against women. I had to pay $25 at the DMV to change my name, $25 that I still have not, or $50, excuse me, for the corporate division that I've still not received a refund. So I would really appreciate if the DC Council looked at these fees that are predominantly hitting women and address them. My recommendations as far as DLCP would be to establish a sliding fee schedule for small businesses based on gross income. So a not-for-profit LLC like mine shouldn't be required to pay the same level of fees as others making huge profits. In Virginia, for example, businesses that make less than $10,000, I've never made anything near that with donations. They don't pay anything for a business license, and their annual corporate registration for an LLC is $50. Would also reiterate and applaud the elimination, if that is what it is, of the late fees for a business license. I accrued $600 in business license fees because OTR held up my clean hands certificate in the online system because they thought I needed to add these additional taxes. And so instead of allowing me to pay my business license on time, they would not let me. And my business license at 12:01 received a late fee. And then it received a second late fee a month later. And I would also add that as I sat there, having no one being willing to look at my good faith effort of trying to renew my business license and being held up by name change, which didn't need to be held up, but staff didn't know how to handle it. And instead of asking someone and getting the right answer, I kept getting passed back and forth, paying $50 that I didn't need to pay, and then being told I don't deserve a refund. And then when I said, what is my option? I guess I'll have to quit my business because I don't make any money. And you're now telling me I owe $750. The lady said, well, you're still not going to be out of it. This is when I went down in person to DLCP. She said, there's a dissolution fee of $220. I started crying at their desk. When closing a business, it is painful enough to give up your dream without having to pay a penalty to do so. There is no cost to dissolve an LLC in Maryland, and there is a $25 administrative filing fee in Virginia. At the end of
Ms.
my
Garrett Cook, I'm
Yep.
so sorry, we're over time here.
Okay, sure.
Are you going to be submitting your testimony in writing?
Yes, I can. I've attempted to talk to your staff, Councilmember McDuffie's staff, and my own council member in Ward 4 staff. And I have not received any feedback or even offered to look at these recommendations, which took me a lot of time to research and comparisons. And quite frankly, not to just take care of myself, but to take care of women in the District of Columbia, women-owned businesses, and small businesses in general that are not making a profit. So I just want to say that because I think that sometimes you don't recognize when people come to you with testimony based on a horrific experience, that to just be tossed aside, that our recommendations don't count and it doesn't matter, is really just so defeating as a resident who bothers to take the time to try to make the system better. And that's what I was.
If you would send it to me directly, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
As former chair of the Committee on Human Services, I do try to take action on public testimony.
I really appreciate that. And if I can just add for the Office of Human Rights, it's just the same thing.
I mean, we're over time and there's people waiting to testify now. So.
Okay. I did though actually select both. Both.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just with this, it's just a small feedback was when I approached the Office of Human Rights about the name change fees that are predominantly impacting women residents and women-owned businesses. They said that it would take a year for them to investigate this complaint. And at the end of the day, it would not benefit women in general, which is what I wanted to. It would only, if they could, get a refund for me of the $50, it would only benefit me. Sure. And I said, okay. So I just wanted you to know.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have a Q&A portion. So
okay.
If you hang out, we can get to some of it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure. Okay. So thank you everybody for your testimony. For Mr. San Lorenzo, I'm so sorry to hear about your experience. When you were denied language services at the DMV or other agencies, did you file a complaint or notify OHR at that time?
So usually when I go with my clients,
Yeah.
and so I verify, that's why I go with them to those services, because when I speak English with them, so they provide the service. But I have been testing with people, like sending people without me, and they deny the service. Even like we have testimony. He gonna talk about like how they denied service.
So we have filed grievances with OHR and flag things. I'm the program manager of David, so I always, reach out to DMV staff. We're mostly at Rhode Island DMV, but I've seen some very egregious things. I've reached out to DMV leadership, escalated it to OHR. We've spoken with Rosa recently, but we really are wanting DC agencies to pay tickets, like we enforce the Language Access Act, because it's just kind of like disappointing. You'll hear from testimony here, but like these people, there are hundreds more that are denied basic things that come with documentation required. And then, new things are made up. It seems like each time of this birth certificate, we need the original. It's like, no, we need to look at the website. So they're very clear. Race is a protected status and language in DC, and it's being violated every single day.
And when you talk to Rosa and OHR, what happens?
We spoke with Rosa and she said she was going to follow up, but it took us a long time to get a meeting. And I know all agencies are super busy, but this is a huge population. We have an influx of Venezuelan migrants, which is why OMS was founded. But before that, for the past 10 years, every single time I've had to send someone to the DMV just to get a limited purpose, even with the residency forms that people use, the passport, and it's like, oh, well, they need additional things and they're tacking things onto something. It's just invented policies, basically like, oh, well, it's a limited purpose ID, so you also need a bill. And I'm like, no, this person's in a domestic violence shelter. This is a form given to us and this is what it is. So, the language access line needs to be used. We were told by Rosa that consumers had to request it to be used in order for it to be used. And if we're talking about people from other countries where there are no social services at all, it just needs to be used. If you see that someone isn't understanding, if you're having people sign things, and even the literacy factor, like we have people coming from other countries that don't go to school at all, no formal education, that even I'm coaching them to do a signature. So people there on site to help people fill out forms would be great as well. Yes, so we've seen that before many times. People that can't even fill out the forms in Spanish at the DMV, and people, staff members that are rushing people through. The last time David was at a DMV and I reached out to Rosa and Sean, was one of the staff members said, we looked on Smile's website and we see the demographic you all serve is stops at age 24. And that's just something, we have a whole email thread that we've, escalated, but it seems like a vendetta, and we're advocating for our clients. We're not trying to clash with the orgs and the providers and the DMV. We're just trying to make sure that our consumers and constituents should be served. We shouldn't, as staff, have to go with Spanish-speaking staff or undocumented constituents every time they go to the DMV, and that's what we're having to do to ensure they're getting served every single time. So it's a capacity issue too.
Mr. Ayuso, thank you also for sharing your experience. You mentioned witnessing racist interactions and a lack of understanding of Spanish-speaking individuals by people providing programs. Did you want to share any examples of those here too?
Yeah, it would be like a lot of racism can go like anyway, even in my job. Recently, I was like experiencing a little bit of it with my managers. They were uncomfortable when I was saying like a couple of sentences in Spanish, and a bunch of people are gonna exist, a bunch of people are gonna have different languages, but somehow me speaking Spanish and helping them in Spanish made them uncomfortable. While I was speaking to a coworker as well for a little bit in Spanish, they were just very weird, and they recently just demoted someone who's not Hispanic. She's actually Black, but she told me like the things they would say, and she would just play along because she doesn't want to get fired, and she's younger than them. And I told her, like, if anything happens, me and you can report that. I would literally stand beside you. about that because that's really weird. Like it's everywhere. And people catch attitudes with everyone because of their own weird racist insecurities or whatever. There's a lot of. Oh yeah. And in the shelter, obviously, where I was for like 90 days, there was a lot of weird, just, it was very split up in a way, like you can feel it. People would get angry at Hispanic people a little bit in there for some weird reason. They would feel a little bit, the racism. It was just weird. It was very strange. And they would like not even try to understand them or try to like cooperate with them. They'd get an attitude really quick. And obviously both parties would be very stressed out about that. And that would cause the conflict and all that. And they would have their own issues with each other and all that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Eigner, in the event that the law is not funded, what partnerships or collaborations do you recommend between OHR and other organizations or agencies to enhance support for domestic workers?
It's a great question. I think so. I hope that OHR will see community-based organizations that already have a base of domestic workers in their membership as a resource and a boon to their work, and let us help them implement this law effectively. So that's groups like NDWA, where we have a base of domestic workers. That's groups like Many Languages, One Voice, where a lot of their groups are, their members are domestic workers. Same for groups like Dulce Hogar, the house cleaning co-op. So there's organized domestic workers already. And so I think the first thing is just making sure the agency really sees us as a resource and not as someone who's trying to critique their implementation, but as people who can help them reach domestic workers who are in some ways notoriously hard to reach because there isn't one work site. They work in private homes. And so finding domestic workers is half the battle into doing outreach. In my experience, the best way to reach domestic workers, to meet new contacts, to share information about rights is through other domestic workers because they know where nannies are, they know where other home care workers are, et cetera. So those are some of the groups I would encourage them to partner with. I would also encourage them to partner with the Department of Employment Services, and the Office of the Attorney General, who also have responsibility for implementing this law. And so often a domestic worker might need to know both about their new right to a contract that right lives at DOES, or wage and hour rights that lives at DOES, but they also may have experienced a discrimination claim. Like domestic workers' complaints are not always squarely in one agency or another, and the outreach and education those agencies are doing can talk to each other. So the OHR website about domestic workers can link to the DOES website about domestic workers, which it doesn't right now, or vice versa, things like that. The Attorney General is planning to have a stakeholder group with organizations committed to the implementation of this law to ask how it's going. OAG could invite representatives from OHR and DOES. So these are all things that I don't believe are happening now, but could happen so that the implementation is more aligned between the three agencies. And then in terms of what sort of activities they could work on with community-based organizations, I think making the government seem like the government being and showing itself to be an accessible, non-intimidating resource in the community goes a long way. And so in my mind, that would be doing public outreach, with NDWA or on their own, going to street fairs, going to parks, going to story hours at libraries and saying, hey, we're OHR. And if you work as a domestic worker, we want you to know that you are a resource to us. We are a resource to you. That can be time intensive. It can be hard. It requires language competency and cultural competency, but I think it's something that could be done if OHR had additional capacity that I'm talking about. So things like, we spend a lot of time doing public outreach, but we're not the government. And so to have representatives from OHR doing some of that with us or doing their own public outreach would make a huge difference.
Thank you. Ms. Garrett-Cook, again, I appreciate your testimony today, and I know that you had the opportunity to talk with my colleague Abby earlier this year about some of the issues you were having. I am very intrigued to hear about the business dissolution fee in comparison to other jurisdictions, and that's something I'll discuss with DLCP. And I also hear you on your suggestion that fees should be based on revenue. in case you hadn't heard, the BEST Act, which we've talked about implementing today, I know you didn't get a chance to hear all the testimony, but there was a lot about this earlier. For businesses under $10,000 in revenue, they'll be exempted from licensing fees. So there have been some things in the works to address the concerns you're raising today. And then fees for other businesses will also be lowered. So it should help reduce these burdens for all business owners. And I'm definitely, I'm really sorry that you've had such a difficult experience related to renewing your business license. I have a few questions for DLCP on how we can improve the license renewal process. And there is a provision in the budget that will grant the director the option to forgive late fees. So I'll be asking her about how she plans to use that authority. But because you had a couple other points you wanted to make, I want to just open the floor and see if you'd like a little more time now as we wrap up this round of Q&A.
Thank you. I just want to say that this is the most heartfelt committee hearing I have ever attended. And I attribute that to you and how you conduct this hearing. I want to thank you and recognize you because I can feel your concern about, as a district government leader, about how people are being treated. And I just want to acknowledge that in you because it makes a difference. So it's one thing that I thought might help would be social enterprises like myself. I was told by the IRS to be an LLC because I'm trying to amend our Constitution to include the Equal Rights Amendment for women. And they were concerned that if I had tax exempt status, I would be shut down. So they recommended doing the single member LLC. But what DC doesn't have, and neither does Maryland or Virginia, is an L3C, which is similar to the Benefits Corp, but you don't have to be a company. You could be a small LLC. And so it's looking at an LLC who is trying to do, has a social purpose. Sometimes, it can be balanced with profit. In my case, it hasn't been. It's a labor of love, but women need to be in our Constitution. So that was one thought, and I will definitely submit this to you. The DLCP providing a reasonable grace period between when a license expires and a late fee is assessed would be great, because it was literally 12/01, January 1st. Welcome to the new year. You have a $250 late fee. And the other thing that I don't know if this happened or not, but on the DMV's website, they had, no one shall be denied a driver's license for clean hands. But yet a business license, mine was denied, not because I owed DC government anything. They said you don't personally owe and your business doesn't owe, but you have to set up these additional tax accounts so that I can pay taxes. I won't even pay any taxes because I don't make any money, but I have to go through this process of figuring out how much the equipment is, amortizing and depreciating and all this stuff. And I did research on this, and I did give it to Nikita Easley in my council member's office, and I had wanted to give it to you as well, is that most states now have decided that they're either going to charge a flat tax rate rather than these auxiliary other tax things, opportunities, or they treat businesses like a pass-through, just like the IRS does. And I would humbly ask you, especially in the case of businesses that aren't making any money, to ask us to go through and fill out tax forms to then be told. I think it's like, if you can make up to $250,000 before you'd have to pay DC taxes. Why are you making us do this? Like, if it's a flat tax, great. Treat it like a pass-through with the IRS, but like DC is one of these few holdouts that has not recognized the drain on its own staff to go through these forms, and it doesn't ultimately end up being profitable. It's just an exercise in futility for both of us.
Have you had the opportunity to talk at all with the Tax Revision Commission?
No, I didn't even know there was.
Well, they were supposed to have wrapped up their work like a month ago, but since they haven't, you still might have an opportunity to provide some feedback. Abby can connect you with their staff person, or you can Google and find him. He's very responsive, but I would just talk with him a little bit about it, because what their job is to look at the whole tax code and make recommendations to the council on changes. And there are a lot of council members who prefer to take their cues from the commission rather than do things ad hoc. But it's, so it's just nice to have that input there too. And you can submit something in writing to them or have a conversation with the staff. Staff's probably not doing that much right now. So they're waiting for the commission to get it together. So little social commentary over here about the Tax Revision Commission. Sorry, everybody.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I'm wondering if your committee would investigate or perhaps even just have a conversation with DLCP about the reasons for businesses' status being revoked. Because I happened to find that as I was looking on their website, and I just wondered, is anybody tracking, is it due to negligence? Is it willful abandonment? Is it unlawful activity or an inability to pay? Because the story matters. Are they bankrupt? Because for me, when I heard I had to pay $220, I'm like, well, I guess then my license will be, or my, corporation will be revoked, because I think it's, again, to pay that
we can
fee,
ask about it for sure.
that would be great. And then, let me see, is there anything else?
And then we're going to wind down.
Sure.
We have another panel too, so.
Okay, I'm sorry. For the
Sure.
name change process, if it's possible for that to happen through the DMV, and then it could go all across the board, because I've still not been able to get my name changed, and it's almost 5 months later on my health insurance. And so it's, each agency has its own form to fill out to change your name, and they are forms that they're adopting from other programs. It doesn't even say like, how do you change your name? And so I'm like, why is this not just a one-stop? You do it through the DMV because you have to anyways, as part of, once you change your name, and then it could just carry out through DC government. Because it's really a headache, and it's a really time-consuming process that I would not have imagined would be so difficult to do the name change.
Okay. We can investigate that a little more. And
the sliding scale, please, for fees for businesses.
Definitely put all of this in one document for us so that we can upload it. We can keep it in the record, because I think it's important to have it in writing. And you can also do the same for McDuffie's committee, and you could probably use the same testimony, honestly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
And then one last thing is a personal recommendation. If you haven't seen the Broadway show Suffs that's playing right now, you should go see it.
What is it? Spell
About
it?
the suffragists.
Oh, Suffs.
Very good. Recommend it to all. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Great weekend.
Moving on.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much to this panel. Well, and thank you very much for your testimony as well. We'll keep working on these issues with OHR. Okay. Okay. So now we've been moving around a little bit here, so I thank everybody for your patience. Our next panel includes Luis Rojas, Luis Miranda Torres, and Michael David. Can I just check with if anybody else here in the room wishes to testify in person? Can you just raise your hand so I have a sense? Okay, so we have 2 more people in the room. Okay. Three people in the room. Okay. All right. So what I'll do is for the next round, I'll call every name until we have 4 people seated, because I do not want to miss anybody. Oh yes. Hi, Rosa. Okay. When you are ready, you may begin your testimony. We can go in the order that I called you.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Luis Torres. Soy del Salvador. Llevo en este país 17 años. Soy parte de la comunidad LGBTQ. No tengo documentos legales. Me casé con un ciudadano americano. Él falleció cuando me estaba arreglando mi documentación y quedé desafortunadamente en el aire. Él y yo teníamos pues nuestra casa. Cuando él falleció, desafortunadamente yo perdí todo porque quedé con depresión. Aparte de mi depresión, yo tengo una condición que se llama distrofia muscular y con el fallecimiento de él, pues yo quedé con depresión, se me complicó mi enfermedad y gracias a eso, pues yo perdí mi casa, mis mascotas, mi carro y quedé en la calle.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luis Torres. I'm from El Salvador. I have 17 years in DC, living in DC. I'm part of the BTQ community. I don't have legal papers to my name. My husband Jaime died many years ago. This solely transformed my life. I didn't have the necessary documents to establish my residency. In addition to this, I also lost my home. I just was not able to pay for the rent. This threw me into a depression. And to compound issues, I have muscular dystrophy.
Yo he tenido esa enfermedad toda mi vida, pero siempre he trabajado así. Prácticamente en mis 17 años que he estado trabajando, he estado pagando mis impuestos, pero no he tenido la oportunidad, digamos así, de tener una atención médica para mi enfermedad por motivo de no tener un social, un seguro, ¿cómo se llama? Sí, un seguro.
Okay, so I've had this sickness for most of my life. And I also just want to stress that I've been paying taxes for 17 years. However, I haven't had the opportunity to have medical attention given to me. This is partly because of my lack of Social Security and lack of medical insurance.
Siempre he visitado lugares como Taylor y la H, pero nunca me han aprobado un seguro hasta cuando conocí a Sierra. Ella me ayudó, ella me explicó qué necesitaba para sacar mi ID en DC, lo que necesitaba para sacar mis documentos legales. Y así fue como yo pude obtener pues un ID y mi seguro a través de Sierra.
Okay, so I visited Taylor on H Street, and I've also become acquainted with Sierra. She's helped me incredibly to obtain my ID and the vital legal documents that I need in DC, and also my medical insurance.
Ella es experta y es la única que nos ayuda prácticamente a la comunidad LGBTQ y a los que no tenemos papeles. Ahora sin la Casa Rubí, prácticamente muchos nos hemos quedado pues sin una ayuda y sin mucho shelter para nuestra comunidad.
So she is an expert and she helps the community, the LGBTQ community, particularly people who don't have legal documents. This is especially important now that we don't have Casa Ruby to get this help for people who don't have papers in our part of the community.
Prácticamente yo me he quedado pues sin vivienda. Llevo años luchando y peleando por tener una vivienda, pero hasta ahora, por la falta de personas que hablan español, pues no he podido obtener una vivienda digna y sigo viviendo en la calle prácticamente.
And so I've lost my home and I've just been struggling and fighting for many years. And because of the lack of people who speak Spanish, I'm in a situation where I'm living in the street now.
Mi doctor dice que yo califico para ayuda, para que alguien me vaya a hacer a mi casa a terapia física, terapia ocupacional, terapia de lenguaje, pero desafortunadamente yo, o sea, no tengo un lugar en donde lleguen las personas del hospital a hacerme mis diferentes ejercicios para poder movilizarme bien en mi diario vivir.
The doctor told me that I qualified to get certain help for therapies, physical language therapies, but I don't have a physical place where the personnel, the staff can come and help me and have my therapist or really even to live in.
Y personalmente siento que en un shelter, pues no estaría bien porque, uno, porque no hablo español, inglés bien, perdón, y número dos, porque con mi condición de salud se me haría muy difícil poder estar en un lugar en donde prácticamente, pues, yo no puedo caminar bien, yo no puedo estar sentado ni acostado por mi condición.
Okay, so there are two reasons that are really making this situation very difficult for me. The first one is that shelters are not ideal. I don't speak English. I wouldn't be able to communicate necessarily with the staff. The second one is because of my health. I'm not really able to walk very well. I'm not really able to lay down. These are the reasons that really complicate me being in the shelter.
Y como mi caso, pues hay miles en Estados Unidos, pues yo hoy estoy pidiendo por favor que si podían agilizar alguna situación para ayuda para, no solo para la comunidad, también para muchos ancianos, niños, huérfanos que andan en la calle y pues no tienen dónde prácticamente vivir o pasar la noche o el día.
Okay, so my situation is shared by thousands of other people. I'd really like you to find an efficient resolution to the situation. I'm thinking specifically about the elderly, children, children without a home as well.
Muchas gracias.
And thank you so much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nicola, soy venezolano y tengo 8 meses en DC. Mi experiencia al principio de llegar aquí no fue la mejor, ya que no sabía inglés y no tenía algún familiar que me apoyara en este país. Me vi obligado a vivir en los refugios. Mi experiencia en los refugios fue muy mala por no saber inglés y ya que soy hispano no me prestaban atención porque no me entendían nada. Fui amenazado por otros clientes americanos del refugio y por no saber inglés no pude decir nada. Y los trabajadores de ahí no dijeron nada. Tuve que cambiarme de refugio y en este era lo mismo. Nadie hablaba español y nadie te prestaba atención. La comida era muy mala y por ser hispano, sin papeles, no calificó para ayuda de comida. Muchas veces la comida te daba dolor de barriga y en otros casos estaba vencida. Muchos preferimos acostarnos sin comer y varias noches me dormí sin comer y sin dinero para comprar comida hasta que yo encontré un trabajo.
Hey, my name is Luis Nicola. I'm Venezuelan. I have been in DC for 8 months. My experience when I first arrived here was not the best since I didn't know English and I had no family in this country, and therefore I was forced to live in a shelter. My experience in the shelters was very bad because I didn't know English, and I was Hispanic. People didn't pay attention to me because of this. They didn't understand me at all. And so I was threatened by other American clients of the shelter, and not knowing English, I couldn't really say anything to defend myself. I had to change my shelter, and in this particular one, no one spoke English and no one told you anything. The food was very bad, and because we were Hispanic without papers, we didn't qualify for food assistance. Many times the food they gave us stomach aches, and in other cases, the food was expired. We much prefer to go to bed without eating. Several nights I slept without eating and without money to buy food until I could get a job.
En el refugio había 3 horarios de comida. Si no estabas en esos horarios, no comías. Y eso afectaba a las personas que trabajaban porque se quedaban sin comer. Si salías muy temprano a trabajar, te ibas sin desayunar. Por no tener papeles, era muy difícil conseguir trabajo. Y si hallabas, era en un restaurante o construcción, por lo cual no salías temprano. Y los refugios tienen un horario de entrada. Si no estabas a ese horario, tocaba dormir en la calle. Muchas veces no me dejaban pasar a mí y a mis compañeros y nos tocaba dormir en el metro. Unas noches me dormí en la calle porque los securities del shelter no me dejaban entrar. No me entendían ni trataban de entender cuando estaba llegando tarde del trabajo. Eso pasa mucho a hispanos que duermen en los refugios. Una vez me tocó decirle a Sierra y ella habló para el refugio para que me dejaran entrar a dormir.
In the shelter, there were only 3 meal times, and if you weren't there at a particular time when the meal was held, you just went without eating. This affects a lot of people who work because they go without eating, especially if you have to leave early to go to work, and then you're going to go without breakfast. And because I didn't have papers, it was very difficult to get a job here. And if you went there to get a meal, you'd have to eat in a restaurant or a construction site. And so this made it very difficult for me to leave early. When I was living at the shelter, it was also difficult in terms of the entry time to the shelter. If you were not able to make it by a certain time, then you had to sleep on the streets. And so many times I was not allowed to gain access to the shelter. This was a situation that happened to me. Sometimes my colleagues we'd had to sleep on the subway. And then some nights I slept on the street because the shelter security didn't understand me, and they didn't even try to understand me when I was arriving late from work. This happens to many Hispanics who sleep in shelters. And one time it was my turn to tell Sierra, and she spoke to the shelter, so they would let me come in to sleep.
El personal nunca te decía sobre los beneficios por no saber inglés. Y cuando yo conocí a Sierra y a David, en menos de 15 días, yo tenía el TAS ID, el ID, seguro médico y estaba inscrito para ir a estudiar, cosa que no hicieron las otras personas por no saber inglés. Y no saben lo difícil que es sacar un documento siendo venezolano, porque la mayoría de los venezolanos no tenemos documentos de nuestros países. Y el DMV, si no tienes pasaporte, no te ayuda. Y si lo tienes, dice que el documento no sirve o que es falso. Pero cuando vas con alguien que habla inglés, todo cambia y te atienden de maravilla.
So the staff never told you about the benefits of knowing English and the difficulties of not knowing English. And so when I met Sierra and David in less than 15 days, I already had a DC ID, a tax ID, a medical insurance, and was registered to study things that other people could not do because they were Hispanic and didn't know English. And they just don't know how difficult it is to get a document as a Venezuelan. You're not able to get a document at the DMV if you don't have your passport. So unless you go with someone, you're not going to get the proper attention you need. People are going to think your documents are fake.
Yo como hispano pienso que todos somos iguales. Debería haber más ayuda de vivienda para los hispanos, ayuda de comida y un programa que te ayude a conseguir trabajo sin papeles, ya que es casi imposible conseguir trabajo. Y sobre todo, más gente que hable español. Gracias.
As a Hispanic, I think that we're all equal and there should be more housing help for Hispanics. There should be more food support. There should be a program that helps you access jobs if you don't have papers, because it is virtually impossible to find a job in this situation. And it's also impossible to find people who speak to you in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, we're switching out just a moment. Would it be easier to switch seats? It's fine, okay. So we'll have to take breaks. That's great. Just make sure you both push the circle. And you as well when you're, yeah, okay, very good.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Michael David, soy peruano, soy mecánico automotriz en mi país. Mi estatus aquí es de inmigrante, llevo aquí ya 11 meses aproximadamente y me ha costado mucho conseguir trabajo por el tema de no tener licencia de conducir.
My name is Michael David. I'm from Peru. I'm a mechanical, automotive mechanic. I've been here 11 months. I'm having a difficult time getting a job because I don't have an identification.
Quiero contar una experiencia un poco triste que me tocó pasar en el DMV. Busqué información en la web acerca de que si yo podía obtener una licencia de conducir.
So I want to tell you about a sad story that happened at DMV. I looked for information on the web on how to get an identification, driver's license.
Por lo poco que entendí en la página, yo sí podía tener la licencia de conducir. Me acerqué al DMV y en el ingreso había un letrero que me entendí que yo podía pedir un traductor para que me diera más informe. Y eso fue lo que hice.
So from the little that I understood from the website, when I went in person, I saw a sign that said that I could request an interpreter, and that's what I did.
Al acercarme a la ventanilla, la señorita le dije eso y creo que no le agradó la idea y me respondió en inglés, lo cual yo no entendí qué me dijo.
When I approached the window, I tried to speak to the lady and request an interpreter. And it seemed that she didn't like that, and she said that she didn't understand me.
A lo cual lo que hizo fue llamar al de seguridad y él sí hablaba español y me preguntó si tenía Social Security.
So what she did is she called security, and he did speak Spanish. And what he asked me was if I had a social security number.
Yo le dije que no tenía y él me dijo que no puedo sacar la licencia de conducir, que me retirase del lugar. Pero yo le dije que lo que había él visto en la página web y entendiera de que sí.
I told him I didn't have a social security, but so he asked me to leave, and I told him that what I have read from the website that I could get an ID without a social security.
En ese momento él me alzó la voz y me dijo que me retirase del lugar. Y yo le dije que yo había investigado que la información en la página web, que no puede estar mintiendo la página web. Y me dijo que no, que es mentira y que me retirase.
So he raised his voice and he told me to leave, and I told him that from the information that I got from the web, it couldn't lie from what I read because it was written in the web, but he told me to just leave.
Yo solo en ese momento pedí que alguien me informase cuáles son las reglas, ¿no? Porque desconocía todo eso. Y en ese momento se llamó un poco la atención de ese caso.
So I asked them that I just needed someone to explain the rules about this, and this caused a little bit of a scene.
Y fue en ese momento que David escuchó este caso y se acercó y le dijo al de seguridad de que lo que él decía era incorrecto, de que yo sí podía obtener una licencia de conducir con el propósito limitado. Eso es lo que yo recuerdo.
So that we heard this happening, he spoke to security and he said that that was incorrect, that I could get a license, an ID con limitado,
Propósito limitado.
with a limited purpose.
En ese momento el de seguridad solo atinó a callarse y David habló con la señorita. No entendí la verdad porque hablaron en inglés. David me dijo que me calmase porque la verdad en ese momento me sentí derrumbado porque me sentí muy triste porque a lo que yo me dedico son los autos y acá necesitaría una licencia de conducir y prácticamente mató todas mis esperanzas.
So David told me to try to calm down, and he explained that to what was going on to the security guard. He just said, stay quiet. He also spoke to the lady in English. I don't know what he told her. At that moment, it was very sad for me because the only thing I know is about autos, and for me to get a job, it's very important that I get a driver's license.
Entonces, en ese momento David me explicó de que sí, el de seguridad prácticamente no tenía el conocimiento o el informe para dármelo y que él me iba a orientar cómo son los pasos, qué es lo que necesito o los requisitos para poder sacar la licencia de conducir.
At that moment, David explained that the security guard didn't have any knowledge and that he will help me fill out all the requirements so I could get an ID.
Creo que llegué en el momento exacto y encontré a David para que me pudiese ayudar.
I think I got at the right moment and I was able to find David to help me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. After this happened, and this can be really for anybody, Um, sí, gracias. After this happened to you at the DMV, how did you connect with somebody who could help you? Was it at the shelter? Oh, Mike. Gracias.
A un shelter no he ido por mi problema de salud y porque no hay gente en español que me oriente, me indique lo que hay que hacer, porque la mayoría son personas de color que no tienen paciencia con la gente hispana.
So I haven't gone to the shelter because of my health issues, and also there isn't anyone that speaks Spanish. There are a lot of people of color who are not very patient with Latinos.
Pero en mi ID y en mi seguro, pues la que me ha ayudado ha sido Sierra. Es la única que habla español y la única a la que yo me dirijo cuando yo necesito algo de verdad. Traducción del hospital, del doctor, o del seguro, o de mi ID.
So with my identification, with my social security card, I only go to Sierra because she has been the only one that has been able to help me with hospital bills and anything else.
Y yo eso fue un día que yo no trabajé y llegó Sierra y me hizo un registro y en menos de un mes ya me había salido vivienda, tenía el ID, el Tax ID, estaba inscrito a la escuela, cosa que no hacían. O sea, eso fue como un regalo de Dios que ya llegó y me orientó a todo lo que tenía que hacer.
I just met Sierra, and within a month, I was able to get my ID, my tax ID, to register for school, and I'm just very grateful that she appeared and was able to help me.
Yo tengo mi trabajador social de Neighbor Consejo, pero él no, o sea, él es mi trabajador social hace como 2 años, pero él prácticamente no hace nada. O sea, para yo preguntarle algo, le llamo por teléfono, le dejo mensaje, él nunca me regresa la llamada. Así es que la única con la que yo me dirijo es con Sierra, a pesar de que Sierra está más que todo dirigida a la juventud de la comunidad, pero, o sea, yo no tengo opción más que hablar con ella para que ella me ayude.
So I have a social worker for the past 2 years. I leave messages. He doesn't return my calls. I'm not able to speak to him directly. I know that Sierra is the only one that has been helping me, even though that her focus is on the youth, but she's the only one that's pretty much been able to assist me with my needs.
At the DMV, were there any signs anywhere that indicated you had a right to language assistance?
O sea, alguien en español, pero ellos no quieren hacer la llamada para a uno pasarlo a alguien que habla español.
Yes, there is a sign that says that you could receive assistance in Spanish, but they refuse to use the service.
Wow, okay.
Igual que en los hospitales.
It's the same case with hospitals.
And do you mind sharing which location of the DMV and which hospitals?
Y el MedStar Hospital.
Georgetown, DMV, and MedStar Hospital. And the one at Rhode Island as well.
The DMV at Rhode Island.
Yeah,
MedStar Washington Hospital Center?
Washington. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
A veces yo espero mucho tiempo.
The assistant gets mad at me because I don't speak English, and sometimes she leaves. So every time I go there, I have to contact Sarah so she can mediate between us.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and fill up that witness table. I think our next panel includes Tiana Trutna, Aileen Mashek, and Jack Mashek. Is Tiana here? Okay, then we'll go ahead and also call Jasmine Sinkler, Howard University School of Law Reentry Clinic, and Kiana Stallworth, Howard University School of Law Reentry Clinic. And then this will be the last panel of public witnesses, unless there's anyone else in the room who came to testify and did not have a chance. Okay. So Eileen and Jack, you may begin when you're ready.
Over the last 6 months, I've watched extreme graphic violence perpetrated by the IOF against babies and children of all ages. Just yesterday, I saw peaceful, unarmed, cooperating students and professors being thrown to the ground, sat on, tased, and zip-tied here in the land of free speech. In Gaza, children's bodies were just uncovered from mass grave sites where people were skinned, executed, or buried alive. And the students protesting the killing of children are the ones being violently attacked. What world are we living in, where the U.S. government turns on its own people and then stops to stop the senseless murder of innocent children, of innocent Palestinians? How have you not been moved to speak up for them, to acknowledge this genocide and demand that it be stopped? I could spend the rest of the day here listing off the most atrocious, internationally law-breaking, horrific acts of terror by the IOF that have been carried out enthusiastically on camera for the world to witness. All of these acts are in partnership with the U.S. because the weapons and billions of dollars needed to commit them are being provided by the U.S. with no requirements or questions asked. In fact, the district alone has showered Israel with over $15 million to supply their weapons to commit genocide. That money could have gone to 170 school teachers, healthcare for 5,400 kids, or over 1,800 households with public housing for a year. Money that would be serving many individuals in this very room. But instead, the district invests in murder. I want to clarify and acknowledge that some council members who have been supporters of a ceasefire in Gaza, thank you for using your voice. Thank you for standing on the right side of history, and a special thank you to council member Janice Louise George, who spoke out against the aggression of students. As for those of you who have remained silent or outright opposed divestment in Israel, and at the very least a permanent ceasefire, I've read your bios and the hypocrisy is outstanding. I hope there never comes a time where the very existence of you and your family is dependent on someone acting on your behalf. Everything you have done up to this point in your career will not matter. No one will remember the tax cuts or the work on the budget or the boards that you've sat on. Chairpersons of the district will look at you, or people will look at the chairpersons of the district and see that the district decided to hold back and avoided the opportunity to be a model of humanity to the nation. That will be this council's legacy. I ask you to take the opportunity while you can and call for a divestment of city investments to Israel, insist on a ceasefire, stop suppressing student voices, and demand that our tax dollars no longer contribute to the senseless destruction and violence. DC has a unique position. The nation looks to us, and your actions here are anything but inconsequential. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jack?
Hello, my name is Jack. I am 8 years old. I would like to talk to you about Gaza. I don't think it is right for innocent people to be killed. What if your dad went to get food for you but never saw him because he was killed by Israel? What if you were under pieces of rubble? I could name a bunch more things, but I would like to get my point. The main thing I am asking for is Gaza's freedom. I hope you stop giving Israel money and weapons so they stop killing adults and kids like me and your kids. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Sinclair.
Greetings, Chairwoman Nadeau and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jasmine Sinclair, and I am a student attorney in the Reentry Clinic at Howard University School of Law, where we represent clients who need us to seal their criminal records in order to secure housing and employment opportunities that they are otherwise barred from because of their records. And I am not just talking about convictions. Mere arrest will often prevent clients from getting that new job that they desire. To this point, I am here today to advocate for bringing the Second Chance Act across the finish line. While there are no funds allocated to the Office of Human Rights for fiscal year 2025, with respect to the Second Chance Act, we believe that none are necessary in the first year to allow motion filing provisions of the Second Chance Act to take effect in fiscal year 2025. The Second Chance Act was unanimously passed by the DC City Council in 2022. However, as we currently stand here, almost 2 years after the act being passed, DC residents are still unable to file motions under the Second Chance Act due to lack of funding in the budget. We commend the council for passing an amendment to secure DC so that sealing by motion can begin on October 1st, 2024. Nonetheless, it is now time to fund the act to ensure that this amendment becomes a reality. We have been told that OHR and PD and the DMV fear that there will be an immediate exponential increase in their workload. I am here today to explain that this fear is unfounded. Although this act will allow for additional charges on an individual's record to be sealed, the effect on the workload for different departments will not be immediate. Under the amendment, automatic sealing does not begin until fiscal year 2028. Automatic sealing is when these departments will experience changes in their procedures and in volume. None of these departments will experience a change in the first year. That lawyers switch from filing motions to seal under current law to filing motions to seal under the new law. That's because the process of record sealing under this new law will remain the same as it currently is with the old law. The record sealing process is lengthy. We have submitted written testimony which breaks down this timeline for each stage of the process based on data for approximately half of the organizations that offer free legal help to help seal the records of DC residents. Now to address the concern of an increase in workload. Overall, Legal Aid DC estimates that the process takes 8 to 9 months on average from the time they accept a client to the time that a judge grants a motion to seal. If a client was to come to one of the very few organizations that offer record sealing services on October 1st, 2024, using the timeline provided by Legal Aid DC, a motion will not be filed on their behalf until February of 2025 at the earliest. After filing the motion, it takes time for a judge to order the prosecutor's office to respond. Prosecutors receive 60 days to respond and sometimes request more time. Thus, it is approximately June or July that a judge might issue an order to seal their record. After the judge issues an order to seal an individual's record, MPD will then have 3 months to remove the record from public access, which is the same process that it currently is in the current law, putting us at around September or October of 2025. It is only then that DMV would be responsible to take action. And most notably for this committee, it wouldn't be until months later, well into fiscal year 2026, that OHR might have to act. The pause in action would be because OHR is responsible for investigating complaints filed by any individual that claims to have been unlawfully discriminated against under protections granted in district law. However, it would be impossible for an individual to assert that they have been discriminated against because of a failure to remove their criminal records when the process itself normally takes a year. In sum, if motions begin to be filed by October 1st of this year, the effects on OHR and other departments would not take place immediately and would not be felt well into fiscal year 2026. The Howard Reentry Clinic believes that the funds allocated in the fiscal year 2025 to the three departments are sufficient to begin filing motions. However, if you think that there is not enough money in the budget for any reason, we implore you to make the requisite adjustments to ensure that there is enough in this budget to allow this act to be funded. Please take a look at the data we supplied in our written testimony. It makes the point even stronger than I can do in the few minutes that I have here. While OHR, the DMV, and MPD can wait, our clients cannot. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nadeau. My name is Kiana Sarf, and I'm a third-year law student at Howard University School of Law and a student attorney for both the Criminal Justice Clinic and formerly for the Reentry Clinic. For the last 2 years, I've been working to get the Second Chance Act passed, and I want to thank you for unanimously passing it, but now it's time to fund it. Today, I'm here to advocate for bringing the Second Chance Act across the finish line. Thus, we urge the council to approve the funds allocated for the Office of Human Rights for fiscal year 2025. Funding the Second Chance Act will supply the critical step of expunging or sealing a person's record to encourage a successful re-entry into society. My colleague previously talked about the statistics to answer questions that have been raised, but I want to focus on how important this act is and the significance of funding it. We recently had a client who has been our client since 2020. And unfortunately, under the current law, they still have one conviction from 1995 that is not eligible to be sealed. However, it would be under the Second Chance Act. This conviction was at a time where she was struggling with addiction and she is no longer that same person. It has been almost 30 years since X has been involved in the criminal justice clinic. However, she's still suffering the consequences of something that was 3 decades ago, regardless of the fact that she successfully completed her sentence, has overcome the disease of addiction, and has earned the right to have this conviction sealed. She has successfully earned her GED, multiple certifications in healthcare, works in the community teaching children about healthcare, and even served as valedictorian of her program. Our client has came a significant long way since the time she spent in the justice system. She has proven to be someone dedicated to enriching the community and preventing the mistakes that she has made, and that she's no longer the woman she is identified with. A conviction from almost 30 years ago should not be a hindrance to her ability to be successful. However, it has. She cannot obtain adequate housing, nor can she elevate in her career, as she is continuously told no because of her record. Members of the committee, this is your chance to take the district in the right direction. The time to fund the act is now. The act will change thousands of lives, help provide housing, jobs, and benefit opportunities to those who have worked to separate themselves from their past. Let the Second Chance Act supply a second chance to those individuals who have served their time and now yearn to reintegrate into society. Let the Second Chance Act motivate those who are currently incarcerated to prepare for a better life and not be forced to resort to crime once they return. Funding the Second Chance Act for the fiscal year 2025 budgets is how the purpose of this act can come to fruition. Thank you for your time, and I hope the district provides this much needed second chance.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, so Ms. Stallworth and Sinclair, can you elaborate on the process involved in filing motions for record sealing under the current law versus the anticipated process under the Second Chance Act?
Yes, so both processes will remain relatively the same. The only difference is that the Second Chance Act extends the coverage of crimes that can be brought under the Second Chance Act. So relatively, the process for both will still be about 9 months, depending on the organization that's able to take a client. And currently, there are very, very few organizations within the district, aside from us and other law schools that are able to offer clinics that can actually assist DC residents in doing so.
Thank you. And how does the reentry clinic anticipate the mayor's budgetary constraints after affecting the implementation of the Second Chance Act to impact the timeline for filing motions workload for OHR and MPD?
Yes, well, the mayor's budget as it currently stands is sufficient to begin the process, which is why we're advocating here today. We believe that even though no money has been allocated within the fiscal year 2025 budget, nothing is needed for OHR to go ahead and start the process on their end. However, The effects that we see is that we have to turn away clients because of the crimes that they have under the current law. They're not eligible to be sealed. However, under the Second Chance Act, which has already been passed, they are eligible to seal those crimes. So we have to continuously turn away deserving people who are just looking for a second chance.
For 1 second, sounds like we have another witness who's joined.
No problem.
I'll keep asking questions and then we'll turn to her for testimony. Thank you. Do you happen to know off the top of your head there, whether the Second Chance Act had a fiscal impact in its statement? You're saying it, even though there isn't funding in FY25, there is enough money in OHR. You're basing that on?
Yes, I do have the figures that
Okay.
were passed in front of me. I can submit it as a supplement. If you
Okay, sure. You have it though?
Yes.
Go ahead and read it if you want.
Would you like to hear the figures with respect to MPD and DMV as well, or only OHR?
Let's start with OHR.
Okay. So for OHR in the first year of the budget, the projected impact would be $0. Nothing is being asked for. However, in the second year, the total is $296,000. In the third year, it is projected to be $540,000. And in the fourth year, it's projected to be $553,000.
So the first year being FY25?
Yes.
Okay. So then 296 is FY26
Yes.
and beyond. Okay. Then 27 and 28. Okay. And you think that OHR can do their part even if the other agencies can't start?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that, you got what you needed? Okay. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's all.
Okay. So we're now going to turn to really our final witness, Mariatu Okunofua, Legal Policy Fellow at Children's Law Center, and who will be joining us in the Zoom. And you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Mariatu Okunofua, and I'm a Public Service Legal Policy Fellow at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the Mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget for the Office of Human Rights. This year, the district is considering cuts to the budget at a scale the city has not seen since the Great Recession. In this time of economic difficulty, CLC believes that the council can choose to take the long view and protect important investments in our community's health, education, and economic development. Even with budget pressures, we urge this council to remember what residents have repeated in public hearings over the last year, that public safety, academic achievement, and economic development require sustained investment in access to housing, education, and healthcare. Through our representation of students with disabilities and their families, CLC has witnessed the struggles that families with limited English proficiency experience in accessing vital information about their children's educational services. This week marks the 20th anniversary of the passage of the Language Access Act. As we reflect on the work of OHR's Language Access Program, we highlight their important role in closing this equity gap for LEP families and students by monitoring the accessibility of programs and services offered by covered entities such as OSSI and DCPS, and by providing accountability for language access violations. However, given the proposed cuts to OHR's budget for fiscal year 25, the LEP's capacity to enforce the Language Access Act and effectively address the education sector's shortcomings is limited. To ensure a budget that prioritizes all district residents' access to education, health, housing, and other social services, I will be testifying today regarding the necessary increase to OHR's funding to enable the hiring of 2 FTEs in the Language Access Program. As we highlighted in our performance oversight testimony, CLC clients have experienced several issues with individual DCPS schools and OSSI DOT not abiding by the language access rights of limited or non-English proficient students and their families. Though the LAP has made strides in providing accountability for language access violations within the education sector, more extensive systemic change is needed. Expanding the capacity of the LAP is a vital step in achieving this goal. Currently, the program has only 3 FTEs. Among the permanent staff, only one person oversees training and compliance for the entire city. This is not enough to effectively train and monitor compliance for every district, agency, and covered entity, nor sufficient for the government to meet its burden of ensuring the rights of district residents are upheld. To enhance its support and operational services, the LAP needs an additional program analyst as well as a data specialist. The additional program analyst would allow the LAP to provide more robust compliance monitoring, support, and technical assistance to covered entities. This would also allow for an expansion to the support offered to non-compliant entities and create a point person for them to consult as they develop corrective actions for their areas of non-compliance. Additionally, a second program analyst would help balance staff responsibility in other aspects of the LAP's work, such as training and investigation of reported violations, and ensure that these services are effective and efficient. The inclusion of a data specialist to the staff would strengthen its current database functions, such as compiling data for the annual Language Access Compliance Review Report. And this role would also create new opportunities for information gathering, such as conducting foreign field language testing in-house or providing in-depth analysis of trends in agency compliance violations and other key data points. Finally, increased capacity would allow the LAP director to focus on broader language access priorities, engage more regularly with city executives and administrators to develop solutions for pervasive language access violations, and foster deeper relationships with the advocate community. This would also continue the council's goals from last fiscal year to enhance OHR's ability to support key anti-discrimination laws and policies within the district, as well as those that may come into effect in the future. Under the mayor's proposed budget, OHR's operating budget would decrease to $9.2 million compared to the $9.3 it received in fiscal year 24. While we recognize that the upcoming fiscal year is relatively tight compared to previous years, the cost to hire 2 additional FTEs for the LAP would be minimal compared to other budget priorities for fiscal year 25. We estimate that the cost to hire 2 new FTEs would be approximately $213,920 annually. While we defer to OHR and the council's decision regarding the best source of funding for these positions, we nevertheless encourage this committee to ensure that the fiscal year 25 budget includes these positions within the Language Access Program, so that it may meet its legal burden under the Language Access Act and other relevant anti-discrimination laws. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Can you provide examples of how the Language Access Program has addressed violations in the past and what challenges remain to be addressed?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned briefly in my oral testimony and then also in the written testimony, OHR's Language Access Program has actually worked with Aussie DOT to identify where the common language access violations are happening as it relates to busing route communication about busing route delays, and closures and things of that nature. So they usually take a hands-on approach. But if there's a finding of non-compliance through a formal investigation, then the intricacy of the exact review and things of that nature, I can't speak to directly, but I know that there is a process that has gone through, and once they've been substantiated, there has to be a corrective action that's developed in tandem with the language access director.
Thank you. Very helpful. Can you discuss what role federal grants play in supporting language access programs?
Absolutely. To our knowledge at CLC, for the past 2 years at least, federal grants, one from a housing grant and one from an equal opportunity employment grant, have been used to fund 2.5 FTEs. At least that's how it's stated in the budget. To our understanding, that roughly shakes out to 2 of those 3 permanent FTEs I mentioned before.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. Thank you for your testimony also. And that concludes our public testimony today. We will now be joined by the Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, Tiffany Crow. I will give the agency a chance to come up and get settled. Yeah, that's fine. Have it and don't mind bringing it back with you when you come. That'd be great. Thank you. All right. I'm going to have each of you raise your right hands. Okay. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I
Great.
do.
I can hear you. Great. Fantastic. And Director, you may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Okay. Well, Chairperson Nadeau, council members and staff, if there's no objection, I'm going to paraphrase my testimony. It will be available for the record. Every time I come, my testimony is a little bit longer than the time before, so I'm going to abbreviate and get right into your questions. Okay. So good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, council members and staff. I am Tiffany Crow, Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, or DLCP. I'm honored to testify before you today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, and I would like to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership throughout her historic 3 terms and for trusting my experience and the experience of my team to lead DLCP in this important season. I'd also like to thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for your continued partnership as we serve district residents, businesses, and consumers. Finally, I would like to thank the DLCP team, including DLCP's 9 boards and commissions for the work that they do every day. With that, I will just say that my testimony, for those of you who read it, largely mirror the things that today's witnesses said about the direction our agency is taking, our commitment to implement the BEST Act with the funding that the mayor has provided, to doing complaint-based enforcement, but also proactive education and risk-based enforcement activities. We find that businesses really actually want to be in compliance and they want other businesses to be in compliance. So those 2 goals of supporting businesses and economic development and consumer protection are not at odds. So the things that you'll read in my testimony that's a part of the record really support those goals. So happy to turn it over to you for questions if you're ready.
Wow, you really meant it, huh? Okay. I'm ready. We're going to start with the BEST Act because that was a hot topic today. Okay, so the mayor included $2.5 million for the implementation of this legislation. Is DLCP ready to implement this in FY25, and do you have a timeline for implementation?
Yes, and I would be remiss if I didn't introduce the panelists.
Oh, please do, yes.
Because they were selected because of the likely interest in the things that you're asking about. So to my right is Obi Indu, he is our CIO. To my left is April Randall, and she is our legislative director. And then you probably know Rebecca Berry, who is our agency AFO. So
Very good.
the agency is ready to implement the BEST Act. And when I say ready, I don't mean that the system is ready to be flipped on in October, but we have been having meetings with the industry, with advocates, with the chamber, and internally. So the licensing team, the outreach team, the data teams and IT teams to see what it would take. So what are the elements that we would need to change to implement the BEST Act, both from a community education standpoint and a system standpoint. And so we are ready when we have the resources to do the implementation. When it's fully funded, we're ready to get started.
Great. We heard a few suggestions about implementation today. Are you open to reconvening meetings with stakeholders and allowing pre-release access to the site for those stakeholders?
Absolutely. So we've done a few demonstrations of the business portal to date, and we're working out logistically how to make sure that at various points in the project, they're able to look at it, not just when it's ready to be deployed, but as we make decisions about what to prioritize. Right? What features to have, what really makes a difference for business owners. And so we're creating those touch points. Like for instance, the chamber has a Thursday meeting for government operations. And so that was where we went most recently. And so I think that could be a ready-made touch point where we demonstrate or discuss particular features. We also have an outreach team that goes into the community around various parts of the city, and we'll do the same there, right? Because this should be impactful for businesses large and small. And so we want to make sure that we're getting a broad swath of feedback.
Great, thank you. And I've spoken about how license streamlining can be a powerful driver of economic development. We heard today how these changes will make the licensure process easier for new businesses, but I also know that there has been some concern about how the consolidation of licensure categories may impact DLCP's ability to regulate businesses. Can you speak to how DLCP has been thinking about this?
Yes, I think our point of discussion around this was not necessarily about the regulatory challenges as much as the data collection challenges. So pretty frequently people will ask us for granular data about particular business types. For instance, when the mayor wanted to do the downtown coffee shop event where they gave coffee to federal employees, we realized that the way the data is collected right now, there's not a category for coffee shop. You're a deli or a restaurant, even if you're a coffee shop. And so we plan to reduce the number of categories. We plan to make it clearer for businesses, but we also want to make sure that on the back end, we're able to understand what kind of businesses we have in the district. But that's not a burden that businesses should have to carry. It's on us to figure out the best way to make it easy for business and get valuable data.
Got it. So it might not be a licensure category. Maybe it's just like a checkbox so they can tell you more about themselves.
Something, and when we look at, and there's some like nomenclature things that are kind of in the weeds for the public, but we have endorsements and then we have categories. When you when you look at our endorsements, there are about 16 distinct endorsements, 23 if you allow the public health ones to separate. And so that actually is a pretty good measure of, like, we can actually reduce it very simply for the public. We just want to make sure that we understand how best to do it. And that is why partnership with the advocates, some of the folks who were on the call, as well as the business community about what makes sense is really important. We have our own ideas and things that we'll suggest, but we want to get feedback on it.
Thanks for that. The budget proposal includes $2.5 million for the implementation of the legislation, including $1.75 million for professional services. The original FIS only estimated $500,000 for IT services for implementation. Can you explain what this professional services funding is for and how this estimate was derived?
Yes, so the original estimates were based, I think, on standalone changes to the existing system, which we've talked about before. The DC Business Center is being replaced by the business portal that we're working on in conjunction with Octo and other agencies. And so the cost to do that is a little bit higher because there's a project already in flight. So we want to make sure that we're able to implement all of the elements of the BEST Act. I think also there is some sort of separating of what was most important first and a reduction in cost there. But we believe that this is what it will take to do the full implementation in FY25 of the BEST Act.
Okay.
And it's an estimate, so I have to put that caveat out here because I know these are the three people up here who will be like, please, like, it's an estimate. So I'm letting you know that.
Okay, understood. The remaining $750,000 of implementation funding is for IT services. Can you get into why that's needed and how it was estimated? Or is that sort of, did you kind of cover that? Yeah.
I mean, it depends on like contractor costs, which vendor we select, sort of how we're staffed internally in terms of analysts and things like that we use contract support for.
Okay. Great. As you know, there's a subtitle in the BSA that authorizes the director to waive late renewal fees for business licenses. However, there are a few details on how this will work. Can you explain how you envision this program being operationalized?
I think when we originally requested this authority, it wasn't so that we could run temporary programs or have large sort of initiatives as much as it was giving the agency the flexibility to be reasonable. If there's something, we know that we're dealing with some legacy systems. So if there is a system error or some issue that makes it difficult for people to renew or impossible to renew, we wouldn't want the fees to be automatically applied and then not have clear authority to make an adjustment. And for that to be information that the public had and not feel like only some people are able to get the support they need if there's a reason that the penalty should be waived.
Got it.
If we did any sort of initiative, an amnesty program, things like that, as they've done in the past, we would coordinate with the mayor's office and OBPM to make sure that it made sense for the district.
Can you provide an example of good cause for failure to renew license on time?
So I want to be careful because we're not able to issue refunds. So I want to, we evaluate this on a case-by-case basis. But anything where it is clearly our fault would be reasonable. And, you know, that seems subjective, but there are cases where a person contacted us well in advance of their license expiring. They were working with our team to get it renewed, and that, you know, 1201, as Ms. Caroline said, hit, and they have a penalty. And so we have the authority to do that now through some of the language, but it's not as clear as we would like it to be. So that anyone who comes after us or looks at our authority to do so, there's no question about it.
So, and so you did hear the testimony from Ms. Garrett Cook.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
And she can contact us as well.
Okay.
It's not an issue that I had heard about. We are looking at some of those things. You know, if you are changing the name of your business, you have to go through the full process, even if the business type is staying the same. So there are a lot of things like that that we're looking at, and we welcome her feedback.
Okay, great. Do you have any idea how often you anticipate using the option?
You know, as our tools and the technology that we're using gets better and better, it will be fewer and fewer instances that we need this. We've had people contact us and say that the dashboard was showing that they didn't have any licenses that were due for renewal. So that was something we fixed right away in the fall. And so as things like that are discovered and addressed, then the need to waive any sort of penalties will be less, but also the penalties, thanks to the BEST Act, will be reduced when it comes to business licenses.
We have heard testimony about challenges with the business license renewal process, including that notifications are not sent and that there are delays on DLCP's end that cause late renewals. So are these are some of the cases that you would consider it for?
That's right.
Yeah.
We're manually sending reminders right now. It will be automated in the existing legacy system as of next week. So,
right.
Yeah. And if you're finding your constituents are contacting you saying their license expired and they didn't get a notification, like around mid-May, you're still getting those, let me know, let us know.
Okay.
Because it should not be happening. So,
okay. Great. I'm also concerned about a 7% cut to customer service, given some of these concerns. And this number includes the elimination of 2 FTEs. Can you explain this cut and the impact it'll have on DLCP's consumer-facing work?
yes, and I'll have Rebecca correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that those 2 positions are the ARPA-funded positions that were specifically created during COVID time to make sure that we were able to reach customers digitally and in person. We have worked to make sure that the individual, because those are filled positions, those are not vacant. The other positions that we're losing were vacant.
Yeah.
That they are applying for positions within the agency, so that, you know, any sort of knowledge that they have, information they have, they're able to transfer within the agency. So we don't think it will result in a reduction of service in any capacity, but we do want to, you know, make sure that those folks land if possible. So.
Thank you. Given the changes to licensure under the BEST Act, will DLCP have the staff to help businesses navigate this new process without these FTEs?
Yes.
All right. I see a complete cut of advertising under the Small Business Resources Services Program. What was this advertising for and how will this cut impact operations?
So currently we use a vendor to do a lot of our sort of like communications collateral, things like that. We will likely have to stop that in its entirety and find some in-house resources to do that. We're working with the funds that we have for FY24 to hire within our communications team, someone who has sort of a mixed experience with media and graphic design and things like that. So we'll be doing some of it in-house. Things that you see some agencies do, like, you know, bus wrappers and things like that, we won't do that. And we will also have to be really strategic about the way that we do our translation services, which that can get expensive. So the things that we translated for vending, for instance, you know, it was very expensive to do it in the way that we needed to do it to be compliant. So just making sure that we're able to be thoughtful about how we're doing this work, digitize as often as possible, because once you translate the digital version or translate a website, that's repeatable. So we're being creative, given that cut.
So the vendor was helping with the translation services?
We have a vendor for translation, and then we have a vendor for like writing things. If we have flyers, if we are putting together one-pagers. So when we were communicating about amnesty and some of the new vending rules, the vendor created those materials.
So your vendor for translation is under advertising in your line items in your budget?
We those funds are a little mixed, I think, Rebecca. So we pay a vendor to like write the thing, and then we pay a separate vendor, but it's in the same line item in our
Got it.
budget. Yeah,
Would you be able to give us a breakdown of how much you spend on each?
we can. Yes.
Great.
We can tell you what we spent in 23 and what we're on track to spend in 24.
Perfect. Thank you. I saw that there is a 21% drop across all funds in occupational and professional license administration. The bulk of this is a $1.2 million reduction in contractual services. Which contract is this and how will this affect agency operations?
So it's not one particular contract. We made reductions across several line items so that it wouldn't be felt by a single fund. That was sort of how we decided to balance those out. There are things that we had planned to do for our legacy systems. And this was one thing, you know, in my previous hearings, I said, is that sometimes when you're building something new, the old systems get put on the back burner, but we didn't want to do that given that we have, you know, 65,000 businesses that still need to use these old systems. And so we had some line items to do enhancements to our legacy systems. So
those won't be done then.
they won't be done to the degree that we had originally anticipated, but we still hope to provide the same level of service to businesses.
I'm intrigued to see a 22.79% decrease in corporations administration in the license department, including around $1 million cut in contractual services. Can you explain what this contract is and how it'll affect agency operations?
So we have enough money in the corporations fund remaining to do the Corp Online update. I think there were some funds set aside because we've heard from other jurisdictions that have done this update, you know, for security and cyber awareness, things like that, that there's a chance that you'll go over in the contract because of customizations by region or certain project contingencies. And so some of those funds were set aside for that. We do have enough funding to get through the first phase, and we are nearing the end of the procurement process. Is that right? So we're excited to start that project this
Okay.
month, right? Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Sorry,
hear.
we are starting this month, but I didn't want to commit to that. The procurement is ending. And so it's very important that we start this fiscal year and conclude phase one this fiscal year so that that funding is whole and protected. So
Understood. So you're starting this month, April, or next month, May?
May.
May. Okay.
May.
Okay. Great. I was concerned to see a 14% decrease in consumer protection programs under inspection and compliance, including a cut of 2 FTEs. Which positions are being eliminated here and why?
So I believe it was 2 investigator positions and those were vacant. So the 4 positions that we had sort of available for elimination were eliminated because they were vacant. We've hired 5 investigators since about October. And so those 2 we just hadn't gotten to yet. And so they were part of our reductions.
And were those 2 positions particular to any programs?
So I think they were slated for vending, but we had spoken about how I'm cross-training, we are cross-training all of the investigators, but we also have been able to identify some resources internally, investigators who are interested in doing field-specific work and focus on vending. And so we'll be able to have dedicated staff still for vending.
Okay. Speaking of inspection and compliance, we heard from one of our witnesses today about some of the challenges with DLCP compliance enforcement. Specifically, they mentioned that only around 40% of DLCP's fines are paid. Is that an accurate estimate?
So that was actually a new stat to me, so I need to check. When the agency was DCRA, the volume of, NOIs was so high that that kind of statistic would not have been surprising. DLCP formerly didn't have as many NOIs. And so what would happen after, I don't know, 90 days, is it 90 days? It would go to OCFO for collections, at which point it comes off of our books as a collected NOI. So we weren't previously tracking of the NOIs that we wrote but got transferred to OCFO, how many of those were eventually collected on, because they have a central collections unit that does collections. And so they would collect on those and they would go to the general fund, but not back to the agency. We have since started a program last month with our enforcement team where we have an extended period of time to actually do the collection ourselves to increase that percentage. We will get back to you with the exact rate of collection, what it is now, and then what we expect it to be with this new program.
And so before you had 90 days and now how many?
I don't know. I will get back to you.
Okay.
I don't know what it was extended to.
What are the challenges for collecting fines?
I think just manpower for us. We have a team of about 2 people and a manager who do our NOIs, who process our NOIs. I think it's 3 because they just hired a paralegal. 3 people and a manager who process our infractions. They currently do that manually. One of our projects is actually to automate that process, allow for more field-based ticketing like you see other field-based staff doing, which would allow us to do more enforcement for things like vending, unlicensed rental, car, these emerging areas of business. And so we'll be working on those things. So.
What options does DLCP have when an unlicensed business is continuing to operate and ignoring notices and fines?
So we have the authority to refer to OAG. It's not something that historically has happened a lot. I think we have just a handful this year. We're formalizing our process because we are finding businesses that are large or have, you know, accepted the NOI as the cost of doing business are not necessarily dissuaded from particular activity by an NOI. But the CPPA amendments that we're working on with OAG and Councilmember Pinto's office actually give us authority that we need to do summary suspensions, which take effect immediately, and give us powers more similar to DC Health, which now with the BEST Act, they'll, if someone's operating without a license or engaging in that kind of activity, they'll give 5 days for the person to come into compliance, and then they will also issue a cease and desist. So we've been working to expand our tool set because we have broad regulatory responsibilities, but not as much authority as some of our sister agencies.
I know you've been working on a situation like this with Councilmember Louis George's office. Could you provide an update on DLCP enforcement of SOS Quick Tire and Automotive Group, and Omega Auto Care, and whether that case has been referred to OAG?
So first, I'll say it has not been referred to OAG. The team is finishing the package now. I think they were going to send it today, but all of the folks who were doing that are here with me. But we have issued 17 violations to SOS for not having a proper corporate registration, not having a business license, operating, unfair, deceptive trade practices. And so that has amounted to more than $30,000 in fines, and they are unmoved. So we have done towing activities there. We've done at least 3 rounds of towing of the cars and the blockages associated with that organization. And that seems to be the most effective in clearing the path. But we are working to get a cease and desist issued and get OAG involved. So we will give you an update on that next week.
Great. And what is OAG's typical response to referrals and timeline for action?
Oh, they're happy to take the referrals as a regular course of business for CPU if we see something that appears to be a pattern or practice. When the agency was DCRA, things where we saw that this could be a large matter or something that OAG should be involved in, we collaborated with them. More than just passing them as referrals, it was a collaboration.
Okay.
So they're a good partner of ours, and we look to strengthen that partnership through more formal sort of processes for referring things.
So it's not like a handoff, it's more that they just kind of join you in the continued effort?
No, I think things like this, given the size of our agency and sort of their capabilities for something like SOS, we would put together the full package of our investigation, the violations, why we're referring it, what we recommend, and then that would be a pass. If there's a case where we are actively working the investigation, but we believe that they have some tools and powers that we could use to help us, then that's a collaborative effort.
Makes sense. And you've discussed how DLCP is looking at additional tools for enforcement. How can the council be a partner in this?
I think so. There are a couple of things happening right now. The team is working with Councilmember Pinto's team to see what it's going to take to get the CPPA amendments moved forward. OAG, Councilmember Pinto's office, and others. And I think April has met with your team about the act. Having everyone on the same page about why these are needed, how it will make us more effective is really important. And just giving it the time, even if some of the things that for DLCP could be pulled out and enacted right now, that would be really helpful to us. So.
That's great. I'm excited that we finally have the vending zone manager in place of Columbia Heights vending zone. Thank you to the whole team for all your hard work. How has this structure been operating so far? And has your role changed at all at DLCP?
So it's operating fine so far. It's only been 2 weeks, but I will say things that we would have handled alone before, we've been adding them to emails and conversations and meetings. We did a walkthrough in Columbia Heights. Was that this week? On Monday.
It was Monday. That was this week.
That was this week. So
it's been a long week.
That was Monday. So we did a walkthrough in Columbia Heights with the vending zone manager and the team And it was really good. The DC USA property manager joined us. So we heard from them. We talked to a few vendors while we were out there. And I think there's a shared sort of idea of how to make this work for the brick and mortar businesses that have been kind of a little struggling with it. And the vendors are excited to have another sort of non-governmental representation to help them come into compliance. So.
Great. Love to hear it. I know it's a work in progress for all of us, so. Okay, so the two vacant inspector positions were meant to be for vending, are being cut, and you're sure they're not needed?
I think we have a staffing plan that is going to allow us to do the work. If, come next budget season, we were wrong, we will definitely raise a flag, but I think we have sufficient staffing to accomplish the goal.
We've previously discussed the need for additional support for translation and interpretation services for work related to the vending zone. And I am concerned about the cuts in translation services we discussed earlier. Is there funding in the budget to support that at all?
I don't think that we spelled out specific funds for translation services. We've considered it sort of a priority alongside the work we do with the website, with the business portal. When we do something for like vending, we consider it part of that activity. And so we haven't spelled it out in the budget, so I can't speak to whether or not what we have allocated for it is sufficient. But when we provide you with the other follow-up items, we will let you know.
Okay. Is there an update on the schedule for more in-person licensing for street vendors?
So there's not, for Columbia Heights specifically, I don't know if there is anything on the books. We are doing 3 events for vending support around the city. 2 of them are at Sycamore and Oak. We did one in Ward 5 last week. And then the team is also going to be present at the Small Business Summit. We will be tabling there and participating in a few panels. And, we consider vendors small business owners, and many of the members of the Restaurant Association and other brick and mortar businesses started with sort of like stands or small pop-ups. And so we're thinking about it as a path to whatever kind of entrepreneurship that people want. So we're trying to, spread that out. We haven't scheduled another one for the Columbia Heights location yet. We'll do that with the vending zone manager so that we're all on the same page about that.
Great, thank you. The illegal vending enforcement BSA subtitle authorizes the mayor to have food trucks towed if the truck is vending without a valid business license or site permit, or does not provide these documents when requested, or if they are parked illegally in a public space. Can you share why this subtitle is necessary?
Yes, and then I want to add quickly, anybody can come to any of our events. Doesn't matter where you live in the district, you can come to anything. We put it on our socials, on our website, so.
Great.
So for the towing, right now, if we are out and we see a food truck or we can even use now like Cars to Go or one of those companies, we don't have the authority to call for a tow truck ourselves or to initiate towing. We have to contact DPW or DDOT. I think MPD even has the authority to order towing. We, however, don't, even though we have full authority over food truck vending. We also don't have the authority to like confiscate materials if someone has been issued an OIs or refuses to cease and desist. And so this towing subtitle in particular allows us the authority to have to call like, the 10 tow yards in the district and have them come and tow when we need them to. Did you ask about the Park Service?
I didn't.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So we have been, as a workaround to the authority that we don't have right now, they have been a great partner to us on the National Mall because I don't think, they don't consider the food truck regulation to be in their authority, but they do have the authority to tow when someone is parked illegally, engaging in illegal activity at the National Mall. So we, in partnership with them, will work to, if a food truck is blocking a crosswalk, endangering pedestrians, if they're
Blocking a fire hydrant.
parked in a government spot,
Yeah.
then they're eligible for towing, taking and towing.
So what's the scenario where you need to tow? I mean, those parking issues, but are there other, if it's not an illegal parking issue, what are the other reasons you would need to tow?
So I think one of the witnesses prior mentioned that some of the food trucks make upwards of $6,000 a day. Some make more than that. If you're on the National Mall and you've ever been out there, you see there are people lined up for the trucks. And so our fine, even if it gets to be fines, is not always the best deterrent for stopping the work. So the towing is because that is actually, it prevents them from vending, which is the most costly thing that you can do. And so when they are breaking the law and we have the authority to do the towing with the park service, then they get towed from the location and it's a deterrent for a given period of time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So with the authority, we would be able to call even if the park service wasn't eligible, right? We're hitting festival season. And so the park police have a lot of responsibilities during that time.
One of the witnesses this afternoon also mentioned that many of the food trucks are operating unlicensed. So would this will help with that too?
It will, and we're working with our partners at DC Health and DOEE to make sure that we are doing proactive visiting of these trucks. We plan to start an initiative with them soon, so.
All right. During performance oversight earlier this year, we discussed some of the challenges with beneficial owner disclosures designed to address rental housing quality issues. Will any of the funding in this budget address the challenges with this program?
So I think we talked before about the updated Corp Online system, making it easier for people to, file beneficial ownership information. It's worth noting that in the district, we are like 10 steps ahead of most jurisdictions in terms of beneficial ownership, and 99% of our 112,000 entities are already providing beneficial ownership information. So we expect just to make it easier for businesses to do that and easier for us to verify the accuracy of the information, right? There are systems that you can bump up against to verify addresses and phone numbers and things like that. So the Corp Online update funding should help with that work.
Last year, the committee funded 3 FTEs in the Corp unit for compliance monitoring and 2 investigator FTEs in the enforcement unit to address some of the challenges with beneficial owner disclosures. You mentioned that DLCP is cutting a program analyst for the corporations division. Is this position one of the ones the committee funded?
It is.
Okay. Any other positions being cut?
No, not from Corp. And we've hired all but one of those positions, including we did what we said, which was to make one of those positions a higher graded position so that someone could do a little bit more analysis. And then because we are about to engage in a complex IT project, we're using some of our IT funding to hire a contractor who will be dedicated to Corp to documenting some of those requirements and making sure that that project goes well.
And any particular reason that one FTE was cut? Because we are still concerned about Corp.
I think it was vacant. So any of our positions that were cut, it was because they were vacant at the time. And we balanced sort of that with the needs of the district and said that we can use some of our other resources to make sure that Corp the work that we intend to do with Corp is used. Additionally, with the CLC, once they start making referrals directly to CPU, we do have a team of investigators who will do some of that work, right? I think the original thought was that Corp would do their own investigating, but they don't need to. We have a team of people who can do those kind of regulatory investigations.
Okay. Now, at Performance Oversight, we had talked about the progress you were making with hiring, and I thought you had said you had offers out to 3 investigators. Did I remember that
No,
wrong?
and we've hired 5.
Oh, you hired 5.
We've hired
Okay.
5. We just, those were vacant. I think we have 26 vacancies right now, and of those 26, like 18 are like in interviews or made offers and things like that. And so
Okay.
we just happened to get caught with some vacancies. and
Got
so
it.
Need to
Okay.
make sure we.
With the additional support provided by these staff, has DLCP been able to conduct more proactive and substantial review of disclosures for accuracy?
I think for those 400 that were a concern at the performance oversight hearing, CLC provided us a list of like 31 that were especially problematic for them. And when we looked at them, all but one had actually provided some form of beneficial ownership information. And the concern was not that it wasn't provided, but that it wasn't accurate. And so we were working with them and working with the Corp team to figure out, okay, well, what makes something problematic, right? We know of the 400, only 45 are actually housing providers. And so we don't have complaints specific to those housing providers. So how are we defining risk, to whom, and what's the best way to address it? If we, have 99% compliance, do we think that the 1% are the riskiest 1%? And that's where we put our energy. So I think we're just doing a little bit more digging so that we're smart about how we address the challenges.
Glad to hear the new corporate registry is the first phase will start soon. Do you have a timeline for launch?
Oh, I was actually, let me turn this back on. I
Thank-
actually was looking for an opportunity for a go back on the 30-day timeline.
Oh, sure.
Because there are dependencies there, and I know the director is
Here's your opportunity.
Well, so as the director mentioned, we are in the process of procurement. External dependencies on OCP obviously dictate to some degree the exact start time of the project kicking off. So, 30 to 60 days, I'll give, a flexible window there to allow us handle any of those potential unexpected issues that may come up in procurement. But we are primed and ready to go and to support our Corp division to implement this new system.
Okay. All right. For IT, there's a 15% drop in information and technology services, mainly in contractual services. What contracts will be decreased or eliminated?
I think we just minimized, again, thinking about where we can do some overlap. So Best Act, Business Portal, we're combining that work, right? So we can find some efficiencies there. The Corp Online project, even though they have Corp funding for some of the staffing, we're using IT funds. We're just trying to be more thoughtful and efficient with the use of the funding.
And how will it impact the department?
I think we will make fewer promises, right? We'll prioritize what things we're going to be able to get done, and the idea that we will have a great legacy system and a great future system. Maybe we just have a working legacy system and an excellent future system, right? So just thinking through those things.
There are 3 vacant IT specialist positions. How are these vacancies impacting the agency and the new website?
So we should be filling those soon. They've been doing interviews. We have good candidates. I think right now they are impacting the agency because OB and his team, they're sort of a skeleton crew of people doing a lot of things. Some of the proactive data work that we'd wanted to get done, we've been more reactive than we would want to be. And so those should be filled in the next month. And we're very excited about that.
Will you, and you feel like you'll have the capacity to implement the changes related to Best Act?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's all I got for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
All
for
right.
your testimony. Appreciate it very much. We'll now turn to government witnesses from the Office of Human Rights. We'll be joined by Kenneth Saunders, Interim Director of the Office of Human Rights, Andrea Gopalrud, General Counsel, and Ayana Lee, Chief Administrative Officer, who will be joining virtually in the Zoom.
That's the one she's. So where is like? Let's go to page 4. Yeah, it's this one. So it's the good one. It's the.
Ms. Dean is also here. Great. Okay, so everybody who will be giving testimony today, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty? Oh, I'm sorry. There was a second part of this list. So I was supposed to also call Andreana Dean, Agency Fiscal Officer, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and Rosa Carrillo, Language Access Director. That was my fault. Didn't read below the fold. All right, so now if you could all raise your right hands, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Director, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, committee members, and the staff of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. I am Kenneth Saunders, Interim Director of the DC Office of Human Rights. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. As you're aware, similar to FY '24, the district is facing a tough budgetary year in 2025. Agencies have made tough choices and ensure quality delivery of our core services. The mayor's proposed budget for OHR for 2025 is $9.23 million. The FY '25 budget is comprised of $8.83 million in local funds and $400,000 in federal grant funds. The office does not have a capital budget. Proposed FY '25 budget will support a total of 65 FTEs, pursue OHR's mission and core functions. OHR has an additional 5 FTEs supported by the Universal Paid Leave Fund. OHR is the district's quasi-judicial agency that works to eradicate discrimination, increase equal opportunity, and protect the human rights of individuals in employment, housing, education, public accommodations, and government services. We do this by enforcing local and federal civil rights laws through a cost-free legal process to those that believe they have experienced discrimination, and by taking proactive measures through education and community engagement. OHR enforces civil rights laws, provides public education on rights, and executes equity and compliance programs. OHR is responsible for enforcing approximately 23 anti-discrimination and compliance laws. The newest laws in FY '23 and FY '24 include Sexual Harassment Data Collection Act, Domestic Worker Employment Rights Act, the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act, and the Eviction Record Sealing and Fairness in Renting Act. Over the last decade, OHR has been consistent in expanding in the number of local laws it enforces as the district strives to be a leader in civil rights. In FY '24, OHR began enforcement of the Sexual Harassment Data Collection Act. Council did not authorize funding for this act, so OHR did not receive any FTEs. Despite having no funding, our team worked diligently to collect data from every district agency, answer questions from agencies, reconcile data discrepancies, and produce the report required under this law. I'm proud to report that OHR submitted this report to the DC Council and the Office of the Attorney General. The Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act amends DCHRA to include domestic workers as protected workers covered under DCHRA's anti-discrimination provisions. Additionally, this act amends the Office of Human Rights Establishment Act of 1999. Require OHR to create written guidance for employment situations involving domestic workers. This law was funded for FY '24, and OHR immediately began enforcement of the law. Council passed the Second Chance Amendment Act of March 2023. The law remains unfunded. Once funded, OHR will be responsible for enforcing Title II of this law, which prohibits background providers from reporting criminal history information related to records that have been sealed, expunged, or set aside, and authorizes OHR to adjudicate complaints and provides penalties for violations of this prohibition. In addition to enforcing laws, OHR educates the communities about the laws it enforces. OHR produces educational resource materials and tailored educational sessions to educate the public about the new laws. Our staff also provides recurring educational training series that cover all of the laws OHR enforces. In addition to these general training sessions, our teams working on language access, youth bullying prevention, and safer spaces also provide regular training and resources to our communities in these specific areas. OHR also hosts community engagements events such as listening labs, open houses, the annual Human Rights Gala, and the 20th anniversary celebration of the Language Access Act, which took place this past Wednesday. OHR also produces several reports, such as the Language Access Annual Report, the Youth Bullying Prevention Biennial Report, training, and guidance materials for advancing racial equity in district government pursuant to the REACH Act. Also, quarterly data reports and our annual report. As shared at our performance oversight hearing in February, our FY24 and FY25 priorities are continued effort in case processing improvements and related public information, continued effort in case management systems and IT investments, continued investments in people, recruiting, hiring, and retention, improve information sharing, and a new home for OHR. In FY24, we invested in recruiting, hiring, and retention. We onboarded an associate director for enforcement, and I am currently serving in a dual capacity in this role and as the interim director. In addition to hiring other programmatic staff, we onboarded an associate director for communication and equity programs. We are actively recruiting for the following positions: 1 supervisor equal opportunity specialist, 2 equal opportunity specialists / investigators, 1 program support specialist, and 1 EEO compliance specialist. As it relates to retention efforts, OHR plans to continue employee incentives in FY25, including a combination of rewards to recognize staff for reaching and exceeding defined and specific performance goals directly tied to our backlog strategy. Rewards will include financial, to be determined, gift cards, and paid time off for selected employees. In closing, similar to last year, this is a difficult budget period for the district. OHR appreciates the mayor's and the council's dedication to eradicate discrimination by delivering a balanced budget to the agency. As always, I want to thank the dedicated team at the office for their hard work. I also want to thank our community partners for their relentless advocacy. Finally, I would like to say thank you, Chairperson Nadeau and the council, for leading the district in civil rights and ensuring that OHR is supported in this process. This concludes my testimony. I'm available to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much. We're going to have you also move that microphone a little closer to you. Very good. All right, so Director, welcome back to the agency. For those who don't know, Mr. Saunders was Director of OHR from 2003 to 7. What is your proudest accomplishment at the agency from when you were Director then?
I would say my proudest accomplishment, not just at the office then, but to this date. I've been doing civil rights law. I started out at a large law firm, then got into civil rights work, and it's pretty appropriate at this time. It was the Language Access Act. I had worked at 2 other human rights offices, one in Columbus, Ohio, one in Shreveport, Louisiana. So it was different coming to Washington, D.C. because it's the nation's capital. But I think probably what's more important was the input from the community. How we partnered with them, we sat in rooms and we hashed things out. But that was brought to my attention. I think the first event I went to when I got back here and somebody mentioned my involvement in that. So if I don't do anything else, I think I've done pretty good.
Very good. Well, we're going to keep making it better as we go, right? Okay. So I'm going to begin by asking some questions offered to council by the Office on Racial Equity. That'll help the committee better understand any racial disparities that may exist in agency operations. In your proposed FY25 budget, are there specific programs or allocations that are specifically designed to address racial or economic inequities faced by district residents?
Well, the Act has protections for 23 specific traits, whether it be housing, employment, public accommodations, we do recognize that racial discrimination, along with economic inequities, which a lot of times come along with that, including source of income, continue to have dire consequences for the community. They seem to be embedded in our society. So with that, our goal is to eradicate and prevent all discrimination. That includes discrimination based on race. Currently, we have one FTE who works with the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity to develop trainings and resource materials for government usage.
In your proposed FY 25 budget, which reductions may burden certain communities more than others?
You know, at this moment, I've only been in the position for a little over a month. I don't see any burdens on certain communities. However, we have monthly reports, so if there are any trends, and that's what I like to look at, what's changed over a past quarter, it's something that I can bring to the attention of the enforcement managers and also council and the mayor's office.
As part of the next budget season, how could community members, especially communities of color, and low-income communities be engaged or consulted to identify programming or service needs for your agency?
You know, I think the office, and I've always gone back and looked at the website to see what you're doing. I think that this office, I think in most communities during periods of strife, will reach out to whether it be a community relations commission or an office of human rights, but I think it's an ongoing process. So when I first got here, Nin invited me to meetings with community-based organizations. I think we had one, I think maybe about a week and a half ago. I'm committed to those quarterly meetings. And what I have told everyone that I have spoken to let me know when you're having your group meetings, whether you're having events. I was here earlier and I was listening to someone saying that they do events and sometimes they're out in parks and things like that. Those are the events that I would like to go to. It's much easier for me to educate individuals so that they know that they can avail themselves to our services, but more importantly, to educate them. So therefore, I would rather resolve the issue before I get a complaint than to just have intakes.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it's the right thing to do.
Right. Very good. Thank you. I'm concerned about the mayor's proposed cuts to your agency, so I want to start big picture. What will you be foregoing this year with this proposed budget?
Once again, I don't have a full grasp on the budget. So I'm going to have my budget person and maybe my chief administrative officer give you a picture of that, and then I can add in anything if you feel that needs to be supplemented.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrena Dean, Agency Fiscal Officer, and I can start just by offering the reductions that are included in the FY25 budget. There are two one-time reductions, $7,000 for outreach materials for the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Amendment Act, and there's a reduction of $10,200. Again, for the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act, and that was for IT and other equipment. There was an overall increase of salaries in positions of a little over 100K, an increase in vacancy savings of 258K. There was an enhancement to support the operational costs for the case management system that totaled 300K, a 200,000 reduction for the housing discrimination testing initiative. Those additions and decreases would get us to where we are with the 8.8 million in local. As far as the impact of those reductions, I would defer that back to you, Ayana or Brittany.
Thank you, Adrena. I think that clearly depicts the enhancements and the additions and reductions that we received. At this point, I don't think that we're at a place where we can tell you the major impact from that, but we can definitely get back to you on that.
Well, what can you tell me about the impact? Because you've had the budget as long as we have, but we kind of need you to guide us a little bit here.
Sure, I'll refer that back to the director.
I think probably most importantly is that there are 5 positions that have been frozen. So those are resources that aren't filled right now, and I think we're meeting the needs of the city. But I'm not saying that they're gone, but they're frozen. Of course, you would like to have those positions. I think one of the and people that do human rights work, everybody wears more than one hat. So whereas we would like to have those positions, that work can be absorbed by other individuals. Most of us are cross-trained, whether it's investigations, communications, and outreach, legal, and investigations. We have some people that are attorneys that are investigators. So hopefully we can minimize any impact if it comes to fruition.
What are the 5 positions that are frozen?
I believe, Ayana, can you detail those 5 positions?
Sure, give me 1 second.
No problem.
Ayana, I have it here if you would like me to interject.
Yes, please.
Okay, so, and I want to just clarify, there are 5 positions that are in PeopleSoft now. There are an additional 4.5 that are included in the FY25 budget, but have not been created as an actual position in PeopleSoft as of yet. So there's actually a total of 9.5 positions. Of those positions, 6 positions are equal opportunity specialist positions. There's 1 data analyst position. And then it also includes the 2.5 positions that was provided by the council in the FY24 budget to support the Domestic Workers Amendment Act. And that was the investigator intake specialist position, the attorney advisor, and then the half position for the outreach specialist.
Thank you. Why? Okay. All right, let's see. So why are these positions cut or frozen? And what is going to be the impact on the agency's backlog of cases here?
So I can speak on the why. To meet the mark in FY25, the agency had to make some decisions. And a decision to meet the mark was to take additional vacancy savings. To meet the decision to take additional vacancy savings, some positions had to indeed be held to make sure that is achieved.
Got it. So for the EE specialists in particular, how's that going to impact the backlog? That's probably someone on the operations team. Yeah. How will the EE positions being frozen impact the backlog?
You're talking about the 180-day window. I'm not sure we're evaluating that. I think myself coming in, a lot of times people come in and give a fresh view on different ways to do things. Also, we still have contract dollars. So we're able to bring individuals on to buffer that. But I think we'll see. But as of right now, I don't think that the time frame for intakes has grown any larger. So we'll have to see how we do.
Okay. What is the current case backlog at the agency?
I do have that information for you. 1 second, please. were open. Of these, 705 were 180 days or more.
So what is the plan for getting to those 705?
Once they go through intake and mediation, if they have to be investigated, then they'll have to be investigated. Then those matters will go on to general counsel. Will close those matters out. It really comes down to making sure that the investigators are trained, investigation techniques, that they're turning out a quality work product that does not need a lot of review, so that we can get that information to the OGC.
How many cases is each investigator carrying?
It can fluctuate. I don't have any of the enforcement supervisors. Some of the new investigators may only have 20. Some of the more seasoned investigators, and keep in mind, we have 13s, 12s, 11s. Some of them may have 40 or 50 cases, which is not any different than any large human rights office. One of the things that I'm looking at is to make sure that when individuals are hired, they're fully trained so that they can grow the skills. Handling intakes, everybody has to do that because the cases have to come in, but I would like for my investigators to really have the experience to fully investigate those cases, to grow in confidence, so I can give them more complex cases. Some cases are 1 or 2 issues. You can have other cases that are 12 to 13 issues, and invariably those are a little bit more intimidating and take more time.
I see there's a one-time $300,000 increase to support a new case management system. Why is that one time and not recurring?
Ayana?
Actually, that's a question I think Adrena might be best to answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The $300,000 increase to support a new case management system, why is that one time and not recurring?
I think that's more of a mayor decision, not our OCFO position.
So you'll be needing that money in out years eventually?
That would be correct.
Is that licenses?
There is $88,000 in our subscription costs.
Okay.
There's also $145,000 that supports the IT specialist contractor, and $66,000 for the vendor hosting and the maintenance cost.
And you do expect those to be ongoing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are there, okay. So that is a problem that we are going to have to solve for out years. Are there any FTEs moving between programs in your personnel services budget?
Yes, I can take that one. There are a total of 4 positions that total 3 FTEs that are moving between programs within the Office of Human Rights. There's 0.2 positions, 1.5 actually, moving from the fair housing, from investigations to the fair housing program. There's an equal opportunity specialist that has moved from the investigations to the intake program. There is 1 position moving from investigations to public education, and then 1 equal opportunity specialist position moving from intake to investigations. So again, the impact is a total of 4 positions, totaling 3 FTEs.
Did you say 1 equal opportunity is moving from investigation to intake and 1 is moving from intake to investigation?
There is, yes. So the net of that is, I think, about 0.1. 1 is 0.9 and the other is 1 that offsets that.
Okay,
So
so it's
it does
almost
offset.
net zero.
Yes.
Okay.
And Chairperson, if I can just clarify real quick, for intake and investigation, it's not, they're basically housed under the same unit in
Yeah.
OHR. They're all part of the investigations enforcement unit. So while there are movements technically between between programs, because one's labeled intake, one's labeled investigators, there's much more bleed between those two that isn't really, there's intakes that do intake officers who do some investigations. So that's much more about an accounting rather than actually really moving something that has been allocated from enforcement, for example, equal opportunity specialists to say our community outreach, which that would be much more of a moving between programs. So of the ones that are actually moving between real programs, it would just be one, which is the one from a supervisory equal opportunity specialist over into the community engagement. That would be really the only one that's moving technically into a new program, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And that will be moving from investigations to the public education program.
Thank you. I see there's an allocation of $50,000 for bonus pay. How do you allocate bonus pay?
Once again, I didn't award any bonuses this year, so I know that Ayanna was in on that discussion.
Sure, I can chime in. So the previous director worked to set aside $50,000 for incentive pay for employees based upon performance. So prior to her departure, she put together a list of employees that she wanted to propose incentive pay for, and we're working to get that paid now.
Is there a potential to fund bonuses through salary savings?
I'll let Adrena answer that. I don't believe so, but I'll let Adrena know that.
Currently, no, there's actually a line item in the budget specifically for the incentives. That's in addition to the salary savings that the agency took to meet the mark.
Got it. Thank you. All right. I think we talked about the 9.5 FTEs. Well, let me just make sure. I see a shift of 9.5 FTEs from temp and term full-time positions to continuing full-time. Can you clarify what's happening with this shift?
Ayanna?
Ayanna, you're on mute.
You're muted.
My apologies, council member. That is a shift from employees that are moving from probationary to full-time appointments. So generally when employees are onboarded, they are under a temporary status.
For 1 year, right?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that OHR is recruiting for 1 supervisory equal opportunity specialist, 2 equal opportunity specialists, 1 program support specialist, and 1 equal opportunity compliance specialist. How long have those positions been vacant?
I can't tell you how long they've been vacant, but we're interviewing for them right now. I know one, the supervisory specialist, recently became vacant because that was a supervisor's position. That would be on the blue unit. But Ayanna, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Sure, no problem. So of the vacancies that we mentioned, most of those have recently closed. That was a supervisory EOS position and then the 2 equal opportunity specialists. So as the director mentioned, we are in the process of doing interviews and are hoping to select candidates to fill those vacancies within the next couple of weeks. Our next vacancy that we plan to advertise is our EEO compliance specialist vacancy. And we had to reclassify that position. So that took a little longer for us to reclassify, but now that it's classified, we're hoping to have that posted in the next 1 to 2 weeks.
Just want to make sure I'm understanding the flow here. So you had said that you moved 1 supervisory equal opportunity specialist, and you're also hiring for 1. Is that right?
I'm sorry, the moving part, I'm not sure. No, so we have 3 enforcement managers now, which are supervisory equal opportunity specialists.
Okay.
And we have 1 vacancy. That person would lead our new blue team. And that one is the one that just recently closed.
Got it.
So the position that was moved was a supervisory public affairs specialist position. And it was really just to correct where it should have been funded in the first place. And that's why it moved from investigations to public education.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. What is your current vacancy savings rate?
So the current rate is 13.5, and then for FY 25, it's 8%.
And with the projected 8% vacancy savings for FY 25, will this necessitate a freeze on hiring investigator positions?
Yes, there is at least one investigative position that is included in the positions that that are frozen to meet the vacancy savings.
In the public education programs, there's a complete removal of funds allocated for contractual services, resulting in a $50,000 reduction. What contract or contracts are being cut there?
So one correction to that, it was not a contract that was eliminated. It was a contract that was moved from public education to the performance and strategic management program. And that was actually moved in error. It should have remained in the public education program, but the funding itself is still within the budget.
Okay. I feel like if I had your job, that would make me very nervous. The errors but it's still there. Don't worry. Anyway, I don't have your job, so I will just take your word for it that you were okay with that. So that is essentially fake news. The agency's fair housing program was established in 1999 to eradicate discrimination in housing in DC. In addition to enforcing local and federal fair housing laws, it conducts annual education campaigns and outreach events. Do you think the fair housing program is adequately funded this year for FY 25?
I believe so. And a part of that is we receive, a lot of people look at it as a grant. It's not really a grant, it's a revenue stream. So we actually get paid for those housing cases. Behooves us to go out and do the outreach. I've worked with that supervisor. I worked with her back from 2003 to 2007. We've kept in touch. She's very highly regarded by HUD. Helps us a great deal. I think we're in pretty good shape. And I've known her for quite some time on making sure that that unit within the enforcement unit gets the resources that it needs. Because it's housing, it's public accommodations, but there's also a great deal of networking and outreach that we need to do with respect to housing. I think housing is one of the few areas, and whereas you don't see as many complaints that you will see in employment and everything else, you can get $4,000 or $5,000 for one housing case. You may get $600 for a case from the EEOC. Because a lot of individuals, even educated individuals, it's hard to know when you're being discriminated against. Because if somebody tells you there are no vacancies and you're not there when somebody else walks in that looks a little bit different than you. Mm-hmm. So that takes a lot of work. And people always say, why are there fewer housing cases? Because it's more difficult. There's a lot of paperwork, or people don't know what people can ask them and things of that nature. So I think that we have the right person. I think that we have the resources, but that's an area where we really do need to focus in on the education and outreach. You're not going to see those numbers of cases, but primary mission there is to educate people so that they know. I grew up in a time, and I tell this story, and I can't believe that people are shocked, but I grew up in a time where if you were a person of color, if you were trying to sell your house and you were in a certain neighborhood, you took the pictures down. Because some people that came in may not want to purchase a house. It's hard to know that if you're being quoted the right interest rate. When I first moved to DC, I was looking to buy a house. I came up here from Shreveport. I knew what the prevailing interest rate was, and I was quoted a rate that was 2 points higher. Was I surprised? No. But when I told the person what kind of work I did, I got a call 2 days later for the right rate. So that's where, when we're talking about housing, it really is the education. You're not going to see the numbers across the board in public accommodations that you see in housing. So that's very important in the outreach that goes along with that.
The proposed budget has a recurring $200,000 cut in the Fair Housing Program involving no associated FTEs, but rather a foregone contract. What contract is that?
So this was a contract supporting the housing discrimination testing.
It's the source of income testing that.
What do they do?
We typically will hire a contractor to go out to do testing, and it's basically to take the barometer in an area to come back and inform the agency and the government that we have conducted a sampling, and it gives you a snapshot. This is what we found with respect to source of income discrimination.
So they go out and try to apply for housing.
It's secret shopper.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
call most of the time,
Yeah.
just because nobody goes into leasing offices anymore, but have a significant, have different scenarios, whether it is different types of vouchers or different types of payment sources. And they work very, very closely with the enforcement manager that the director was talking about, so that we can inform that person who does the contract. Maybe we are starting to see a housing provider that has had a few more complaints come to us. So then we can work with them to kind of modify their testing. Let's go out and see some of their other properties.
I see. I think my sister used to do that actually here in DC. So without that contract, who's going to do that testing?
Those are things that you always do on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
My understanding is that there is an option. I think it was under review when I first came on board. And I put some time on the calendar to talk to staff about that, on what we want to do with respect to that testing. I do know that there was some clause in the contract where we could continue that testing. I have not seen the full results of that, but I will be meeting with the Fair Housing Program Manager and the administrative staff to talk about that.
And we'll have to find funding for it.
How much do you think?
It really is driven by the number of tests, in terms of, what we did before and what we, if we want to maintain that level of testing, we can get you kind of the exact numbers. I'm happy to do that. But it really will depend on, kind of, you want 5 tests? That's very cheap. Do you want 100? That becomes more expensive, but we can follow up and we'll get you that information.
How many tests have you done when you've had a contract?
The contract for fiscal year 23, the year that just ended, I believe it was in the range of 70 to 100, but again, we'll get you the exact numbers for you.
Okay. This committee allocated funding for 2 new full-time employees at the Office of Human Rights to implement the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act per the law's fiscal impact statement. Have these positions been filled?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Adjourn.
Well, you could speak, Ayana.
Okay, no problem. No, so those positions were frozen to meet the mark and to achieve vacancy savings. However, the agency has, also continued to do the work by absorbing those duties through our existing staff.
Can you provide more details on how the duties associated with the unfilled positions have been managed by existing staff?
Sure, absolutely. I'll refer to the general counsel or to the director to elaborate.
I can provide some kind of general guidelines is that, we have a dedicated communications team and our outreach team. So in addition to all the other outreach that they've done, they have absorbed and have made targeted efforts to both provide both source material, training, outreach on the new protections from the domestic worker. So they're just adding that on to their additional duties. And same way with kind of our intake, if when there's been complaints, again, they are being absorbed by our other, by the individuals who are already doing that type. But we certainly have been very active in doing it. We've had guidance sheets, press releases, our outreach that we've gone to various events. We've done training with a joint training with the Domestic Workers Alliance, and all of those have been conducted at least in Spanish, and all of our guidance sheets have been translated into all of the necessary languages as well.
And do you anticipate being able to partner with the community-based organizations?
Yeah, we look forward to. I heard that testimony earlier today, and absolutely, we also see it being a collaboration. They're the ones that are out there and know where to find these folks. So absolutely, there's no reason that we need to come up with on our own. We hope and look forward to looking and using their guidance and their recommendations. Absolutely.
How has the lack of filling these positions affected the ability of OHR to enforce protections for domestic workers?
That's a difficult question for me because I just got here. I heard about this and I've heard a few individuals speak on it. What I would like to do, and I've said this probably 2 or 3 times, invite me out to speak. I think when I was watching some testimony earlier when somebody was saying something about, if I'm having a picnic and I have some government agencies there. Those are the kind of things, when I was in Fairfax, I think at least twice a month we were in the community. This was prior to the pandemic, but it was the outreach. So if I can reach those individuals, because that's really, because I heard somebody speak earlier, the domestic workers, and the difficulty in reaching them. They're mobile. They're not going to a general place. They're not unionized. They're kind of independent. However, if you can get in on the ground roots where they're seeking assistance and those individuals invite you to meetings, then they know that they can reach out to our agency. Because I think that it's a great law, but how many people actually know about it? If they do know about it, did they hear it from us? Because I want to know how we reach them.
Thank you. The law has both a DOES and OAG component to it. Is OHR in communication with these agencies regarding enforcement and public outreach?
Yes.
Great.
If you'd like more details.
Sure.
No, I will have to refer you to the actual, our communications team, but we certainly can give you a further answer about our activities.
Okay. Considering the tight budget for FY25, are there any no-cost measures or adjustments the committee can implement to support the agency without incurring additional expenses?
I need to meet with my budget person and my chief administrative officer. I kind of hate to keep saying it, but it's been about 5 weeks. So I'm just starting to get my arms around.
But 5 weeks in how many years? No, I'm just kidding. It's fine.
But I think, the biggest thing that we can do that doesn't cost us any money is the collaboration. Printing, any outreach, actually being someplace. I don't like to be in the office all of the time. If I can be at an outreach event, and I think that goes a long way as far as printing up brochures and everything, hoping that it gets in somebody's hand and it's just not in the cabinet at the office. So if there's any way you can assist us in those efforts.
Sure.
And really working with our partners and the constituent agencies as well of saying, you know, we can find more ways to cross collaborate with both the community-based organizations, absolutely, but even internally in the government between our agencies so that we can kind of pool both resources, even if that's just knowledge resources.
Great. Do you think this proposed budget for FY25 is sustainable for the agency?
I don't have enough history with, I'm sorry, but I just don't really have enough history of knowing where the agency, I know that it's grown immensely. I just don't have that history as of right now to see how much it costs to run the agency and to forecast how much I'm going to need in 2 or 3 years.
And what budget enhancements did you ask for FY25?
I think that's a discussion that I'm going to need to have with my deputy mayor as to what those priorities are.
Can't tell me what you asked for.
I haven't asked for anything as of yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you tell me what Director Kine asked for?
To be perfectly honest, I wasn't in on those
Oh,
discussions. I was the.
all right,
interim
Ms.
director.
Dean, come on. Someone tell me what enhancements were asked for. All right. Tough crowd. Okay, that is all the questions that I have for you all today. And this concludes today's budget oversight hearing. If you've not yet submitted written testimony, please do so by submitting it on the council's hearing management system. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on May 5th, 2024. I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone the Committee on Public Works and Operations will be holding 2 more budget oversight hearings, both next Thursday on the Office of the Chief Technology Officer and the Office of Risk Management. Please visit the council hearing management system if you'd like to sign up to testify at either hearing. The time is now 4:21 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.